Welcome to Moonlit Publishing.
Prologue. The silver moon is a lie, and love is a death sentence. Most wolves spend their lives praying for a mate, but Daniel Enzo Salvatore? He would rather tear the throat out of anyone who suggests he has a soul left to save. As the sky over the Dark Crescent territory bleeds into a bruised, stormy purple, a terrified warrior stands trembling before a man who is more monster than myth. The pack they were sent to destroy is gone, erased, but the real mystery isn't the massacre. It's what lies behind the Alpha's eyes, a chilling contradiction of ice and fire that warns of a storm no one is prepared for. The air in the office is thick with the metallic scent of ozone and the silent screams of a fallen pack. Daniel stands at the floor-to-ceiling glass, his back a wall of tailored black silk. At 6'3", his shoulders don't just occupy space, they dominate it. The fabric of his suit jacket strains against rippling muscle, stretching over skin mapped in dark, jagged tattoos. When he finally turns, the atmosphere shifts. His jaw is a blade of chiseled granite, shadowed by a rough stubble that speaks of sleepless, blood-soaked nights. "Is there anything else?" he asks. His voice is a low, rich vibration, the sound of tectonic plates shifting. It's a voice that demands a kneeling audience. The young warrior makes the mistake of looking up. He freezes. The Alpha's eyes are a haunting anomaly. The left is a piercing, glacial blue, ringed with a shadow of midnight. The right is a molten explosion of green and gold, like sunlight trapped in forest moss. Ice and fire. A beautiful, terrifying contradiction. "No, Alpha," the warrior chokes out, bowing his head before the weight of that stare can crush him. The ghost, blood and rain. Miles away, the forest floor is a graveyard of wet leaves and broken dreams. Venessa Harlow doesn't look back. She can't. She is 20 years old, a ghost escaping the ruins of the Blood Moon Pack, the same pack Daniel Salvatore just turned to ash. To the world, she was an omega, a piece of filth to be mocked. To her uncle, she was a punching bag for his own failures. But as she steps into the neon hum of a lonely gas station, she catches her reflection in a cracked mirror. She isn't the broken girl they tried to create. Her skin is the color of warm beige silk, dusted with a constellation of freckles. Her eyes, the deep, rich brown of earth after a rainstorm, flash with hidden copper when the light hits them. She pulls her waist-length, pecan-brown hair into a tight pulse point of a ponytail, smoothing the shirt over a frame that is lean, feminine, and deceptively strong. She has no pack. She has no mate. And as the thunder rolls overhead, she has no idea she is walking straight into the path of the man who destroyed her past and holds the keys to her future. Chapter 1. It had been a week since Venessa started walking, searching for a pack she could settle into and call home. She moved through the thick forest, distracted by her headphones, until a sharp rustle caught her attention. Adrenaline surged, her fight-or-flight response kicking in. She pulled her headphones down just as three tall, burly men emerged from the brush. They were shirtless, their powerful physiques typical of high-ranking wolves, but their expressions were anything but welcoming. The one in the center looked at her with pure disdain. "What are you doing on pack land, rogue?" he demanded, his voice a low growl that bared his canines. Venessa looked between them, her heart hammering. "I didn't know this was pack land. I was just passing through," she defended, trying to keep her voice steady. "Lies," the wolf on the right snapped. "No one passes through the Dark Crescent by accident. Tell us the truth. Who sent you?" The realization hit her like a physical blow. Dark Crescent. The very pack that had dismantled her old home. Before she could explain she was leaving, the wolf on the right lunged forward, catching her off guard and pinning her arms behind her back. Acting on pure instinct, Venessa planted her heel and delivered a sharp, defensive kick that sent him reeling. He doubled over, gasping, while the middle wolf grabbed her arm to force her down. She twisted, landing another blow that sent him to his knees. As Venessa tried to break away, the third wolf moved with predatory speed, restraining her in a grip she couldn't break. She was trapped. The first wolf, face flushed with anger, stepped toward her as if to strike back, but the others held him steady. Their eyes glazed over. They were mind-linking with someone higher up. "Keep moving," the injured wolf spat, his voice laced with venom as they forced her forward, her hands firmly restrained. They led her toward a grim, imposing stone building that looked every bit like a dungeon. Standing near the gates was a man who radiated calm, absolute power. His skin was a deep mocha, his dark curls contrasting with eyes the color of faded autumn leaves. "Who is this?" he asked, his voice smooth but commanding. "Gamma," the warriors muttered, bowing their heads. "Sir, we caught her at the borders," one explained. "She claims she was just passing by, then she turned violent when we tried to detain her." "That's not true," Venessa countered, glaring at her captors. "I had no intention of trespassing. If they had the patience to listen instead of attacking, I would have been gone by now." Gabin, the Gamma, studied her. He noted the limping warrior and the others still grimacing in pain. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. This was a first, a lone she-wolf taking on 3 border guards. "Take her to the beta," Gabin directed. "I don't see a threat, but he'll want to know how she managed to handle 2 of my best men." The walk to the main estate was a blur of rough handling and low-voiced threats. As the lush gardens and stunning mahogany mansion came into view, Venessa's bravado began to crumble. Even her wolf, Kaya, was whimpering in the back of her mind. They reached a set of beautifully carved doors. The guards paused, mind-linking for permission, then pushed her inside. Daniel sat behind his desk, deep in conversation with Nolan, his beta. Nolan was a towering figure with a jagged scar across his cheek that only added to his intimidating presence. "Tell them to make it quick," Daniel snapped, clearly annoyed by the interruption. The door swung open, and Venessa was ushered in, her head bowed and her long hair shielding her face. Suddenly, the air changed. The scent of lavender and mint hit Daniel like a physical force. At the same moment, Venessa was nearly overwhelmed by a scent of rich spice and deep woods. It was so magnetic that she snapped her head up, her eyes locking onto the man behind the desk. One glacier blue eye. One sun-flecked green eye. The world narrowed down to just the 2 of them. Her wolf yipped in pure, unadulterated joy. Found him. She searched his face for that same spark of recognition, but his expression shifted from shock to a cold, impenetrable mask of indifference. "What do we have here?" the beta asked, leaning back in his chair with a sharp, curious gaze. "Hello, sweetheart." Chapter 2. "Hello, sweetheart," the beta said, seemingly oblivious to the silent, electric exchange between the alpha and the girl. "Alpha." Beta Nolan, her captors acknowledged, bowing their heads. Meanwhile, Venessa remained frozen. She couldn't believe his silent rejection. Her eyes searched his, silently pleading for him to say something, anything. "State the problem, boys," Nolan said impatiently. "Sir, she was trespassing," they reported. "So what else is new?" "Question her and move her to the holding wing." "You're acting as if you're new to this procedure," Nolan snapped. All the while, Daniel remained silent, his eyes like chips of ice. Venessa felt as if her lungs were on fire. His refusal to acknowledge their bond, coupled with the fact that he wasn't even defending her, made her wolf growl in her head. She decided to take matters into her own hands. "I've been over this 10 times, your warriors clearly aren't listening," Venessa exclaimed. "Sir, look, I didn't know I was on pack land. I meant no harm. Can I please just leave? Your warriors are clearly more interested in posturing than doing their jobs." "Hey, how dare you? Listen here, you little. Who do you think?" The warriors were cut off by a loud bang. Everyone straightened. Daniel had slammed his hand against the mahogany desk, his eyes flashing with a predatory light. "Enough," Daniel boomed as he stood to his full height. Every head in the room tilted downward at the sheer authority in his voice. All except Venessa. She looked him dead in the eye, dismissing his command, her wolf standing on guard. The other occupants of the room peeked up, stunned that the girl hadn't moved. Nolan was speechless. What on earth is she thinking? He wondered. Daniel growled. The defiance from this girl was inexcusable. "Take her to one of the guest rooms and lock her in," Daniel ordered, his eyes darkening as his lichen surfaced. The warriors were surprised. After such disrespect, they expected a dungeon, not a room. They reached for her, but Venessa pulled her arms away. "Don't touch me. I can walk by myself," she hissed, glaring at Daniel on her way out. After the door closed, Nolan looked at his best friend, who was struggling for control. "She's your mate." It wasn't a question. It was a statement. "Keep your mouth shut, Nolan," Daniel snapped. His lichen had been fighting for control since she walked in. Nolan let out a low laugh. "Oh, you're going to have your hands full with that one. Wait until Sophronia finds out. She will be ecstatic." He walked out, but paused at the door. "Daniel, give the girl a chance. Don't do this to her. You think you don't need a mate, but trust me, you need her." 4 days passed in a beautiful, gilded cage. A maid named Marlowe brought Venessa 3 meals a day, but the isolation was wearing her down. She had learned her mate's name was Daniel, a name that made her wolf, Kaya, purr, while Venessa herself felt only growing resentment. On the 4th day, the door burst open. "I knew it," a handsome young man yelled, rushing in and pulling Venessa into an unexpected hug. "Jamarcus, introduce yourself before you tackle the poor girl," a blonde woman giggled from the doorway. "I'm Jamarcus, Gaben the Gamma's mate. And this is Sophronia, Nolan's mate," he beamed. Venessa felt a flicker of hope. Can you please help me leave?" She whispered, her voice finally cracking under the pressure of the last few days. Jamarcus and Sophronia immediately moved to her side. They didn't ask questions, they just saw the pain in her eyes. "Don't cry, sweetie," Jamarcus cooed. "Let's get you out of this room. Ice cream solves everything." They were in the kitchen, laughing and sharing stories, when a deep, commanding voice cut through the air. "What is the meaning of this?" Daniel stood there, jaw clenched, flanked by Nolan and Gaben. "We're just having ice cream, Daniel," Jamarcus said simply. "Who gave you permission to release a prisoner?" Daniel demanded. "Prisoner." The word shattered something inside Venessa. "Why haven't you just dealt with this prisoner yet, if she's such a threat?" Venessa spat, her voice laced with bitterness. "Why keep me here?" The others took the cue and slipped away, leaving the 2 mates alone. Ice versus earth. "You are not leaving," Daniel said, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous register. "I am not a dog to be kept on a chain, Daniel. Let me go." "Enough, Venessa. My word is law in this pack, and you will not question me," he ordered. Venessa stiffened at the sound of her name. He took slow, deliberate steps toward her until she was backed against the kitchen counter. He reached out, his rough fingers catching a strand of her hair. "There are rules you will follow, sweetheart," he whispered, his minty breath brushing her ear. "First, you will respect the alpha. Second, you do as I say. And third," he leaned closer, his voice a low, warning rumble. "If you ever mention our connection to anyone, the restrictions on your freedom will become far more permanent. Do you understand?" Venessa wanted to strike the arrogant look off his face. She met his gaze squarely, her eyes cold. "Don't worry, Alpha. I have no desire to tell anyone I'm bonded to a man with a heart of stone. I'd rather they didn't know at all." A flicker of something passed through his eyes. Regret? Pain, but it was gone in a second. "Good. You are dismissed." Venessa didn't look back. She ran to her room and locked the door before finally letting the tears fall. Chapter 3. It had been an entire week since she found out Daniel was her mate and since she started living with him in the mansion. After Jamarcus and Sophronia cajoled him, Daniel finally agreed to let Venessa out of her room and allowed her to walk around. They both even took Venessa shopping at a mall for clothes, shoes, and other necessities. Her routine was quite simple. She would wake up and join Daniel for breakfast, which consisted of absolutely no conversation from either side. Then, she would walk around the gardens. Jamarcus, after finding out that Venessa knew how to paint, insisted on buying her supplies, so she painted when she felt like it. After that, she would have lunch, chat with Marlowe, and later, Sophronia and Jamarcus would hang out with her or take her out. Over the last week, Venessa had also learned that despite the scary image Nolan projected, he was an utter sweetheart. He was very protective and possessive of Sophronia. Gaben, though not showing much emotion in front of others, was very playful with his close friends. Just the other day, Venessa was walking down the corridor and stumbled upon Jammerkus and Gaben sharing a deep, affectionate moment. When she squeaked and caught their attention, Jammerkus covered his face with his hands, while Gaben simply smirked and winked, leading Venessa to run to her room as if her life depended on it. On the other hand, things with Daniel were hopeless. She barely saw him, and when she did, he would walk past her as if she didn't even exist. It tore at her heart, but she didn't let it show. Her wolf was exhausted from the lack of connection to their human side. What kept Kaya going was that Daniel's leakin, Lorenzo, was more than willing to accept her. As Kaya explained to Venessa, when Lorenzo reached out to her, he told Kaya to stay. It made Venessa ache, seeing that her wolf and his leakin wanted to be together, but because of her and Daniel's lack of communication, they were suffering. Lorenzo, as Kaya explained, was very fond of both of them and wanted some interaction. He also stated he had been trying his best to get Daniel to let them interact in their wolf forms, but the stubborn man refused to do so. The next day, Venessa woke up. She had slept for 9 straight hours, but she still felt tired and restless. She got out of bed, stepped into the shower, and then dressed in short overalls with a black top underneath and black Adidas shoes. She walked down to the kitchen, and the sight that greeted her made her stop short. A tall, beautiful redhead stood in the kitchen making pancakes, wearing nothing but a shirt that clearly did not belong to her. It was Daniel's shirt. Venessa suddenly felt numb. He was seeing other people. The stunning redhead turned around, her bright azure eyes connecting with Venessa's. She was gorgeous, with full lips, slender legs, and the body of a model. Venessa swallowed the lump in her throat. Her head hurt. The redhead smiled widely at Venessa. It was a polite smile. "Well, hello there. I haven't seen you here before," she spoke, her voice soft and very feminine. Venessa forced a smile onto her face, repeating to herself internally, "It's going to be okay. He's not yours. You're not his. He can do whatever he wants. Smile. Be polite. Be polite. Hey, yes, I'm actually a friend of Sophronia's. I will be staying here for a while," Venessa said, smiling at the woman in front of her. "Oh, I see," she said, frowning lightly, but never letting her smile waver. "Oh, I'm sorry. Where are my manners? I'm Aristotle, Daniel's mate. I was just cooking up his breakfast. Can I get you anything?" Venessa felt her resolve crack. If someone had shot her in the heart, it would have done less damage than what she felt at this moment. Tears stung her eyes, but she tried blinking them away. Aristotle just looked away when a tear fell, and Venessa quickly wiped it away. "No, I'm good, thank you," Venessa said, keeping her voice strong. Aristotle hummed and continued preparing the food, while Venessa sat on a chair next to the kitchen island. She couldn't be the mate for Daniel, Aristotle was. And apparently, he had already chosen her. Of course, it was her. She was stunning. She was everything one would want in a Luna. She was perfect. Perfect for him. Why would he want me? I don't blame him, Venessa thought, chuckling bitterly internally. She felt plain in comparison. She heard footsteps, and both girls looked up to see Daniel walk down the stairs. He was freshly showered, wearing a black t-shirt that fit his torso perfectly, black jeans, and black Nike shoes. His eyes trailed over the scene in front of him, Aristotle in his shirt, cooking and giving him a big smile, and Venessa sitting across from her, looking at him with wide, accusing eyes. But then Vanessa's expression vanished, and her face went blank. Her eyes darkened. Her wolf was trying to push through. Kaya was growling loudly in her head. How dare he? How dare he disrespect both of them by bringing another woman into the house where his mate lived? He clearly didn't give a damn about her. Venessa felt as if she was about to burst. Kaya was pushing through, and she couldn't stop her. Her eyes darkened further as she glared at Daniel, who now had a frown on his face. Venessa sprinted out of her chair and ran as fast as she could out of the kitchen and out the front door. Daniel followed her quickly enough to see her jump off the front porch and shift into her wolf midair, her clothes tearing apart. As he watched the pecan-colored wolf run across the gardens and disappear into the woods, he sighed. A pair of arms wrapped around his torso. He looked back to see Aristotle with a seductive smile on her pink lips. His leakin, Lorenzo, was furious that Daniel would do such a thing to Venessa, letting another woman act so familiarly in the house with his mate present. "Baby, we didn't finish what we started last night," she purred. Daniel looked out the front door again, as if searching for something. He then looked at Aristotle, pulled her arms from around him, and stepped back. "You should go change. I have matters to attend to right now," was all he said before turning around and leaving a frowning Aristotle behind. Venessa was quiet. She let Kaya take control, watching from the back of her mind. She didn't feel like shifting back and facing reality. After a while, she made her way to Jamarcus's house, remembering the location from when he had taken her there previously. She scratched her paws against the wooden door, hoping to catch their attention, since she didn't have clothes to wear if she shifted back. The door opened to reveal a sleepy Gaben. He looked down to see a beautiful pecan-colored wolf smiling up at him. "Venessa." He rolled his eyes and let her in, tossing her one of Jamarcus's spare shirts, which reached her knees once she shifted back and put it on. Just then, Jamarcus came downstairs. "Venessa." "Oh, what a lovely surprise," he exclaimed, hugging her. She hugged him back half-heartedly. He sensed something was wrong. "Venessa, what is it?" Jamarcus asked, rubbing her back soothingly. "Do you know Aristotle?" Venessa asked, her voice thick with emotion. Gaben, who had been watching the exchange while leaning against the door, stiffened when he heard the she-wolf's name. She was the girl Daniel had started seeing a few months ago. He hadn't thought she would be a problem now that Venessa was Daniel's mate. "What did you say?" Gaben grunted out. "Aristotle. I came down this morning and she was in the kitchen, wearing Daniel's shirt," Venessa choked out. Tears stung her eyes, but she hated crying in front of people. Gaben and Jamarcus shared a wide-eyed look. Bringing another woman around a mate was a massive disrespect, not only to the mate but to the moon goddess, and it was completely unacceptable. "Oh, sweetie, that dickhead." "I'm so sorry," Jamarcus said with sympathy, holding Venessa as she cried. Heartbreaking sobs racked her body. Not even a week after finding her mate, and here she was, a broken mess. Gaben walked over and patted Venessa on the back. This courageous girl was supposed to be their Luna. Ever since she stepped foot into the pack, it was a natural instinct for all pack members to be protective of her, ensuring no harm came to the Luna, even if most of them didn't officially know yet. "Venessa, I think I have an idea," Gaben said thoughtfully. Venessa wiped her tears, her doe eyes bloodshot. "What is it?" she asked, looking at the Gamma, who now had a master plan forming in his mind. Well, he trailed off. Chapter 4. Venessa Harlow, shut your trap before I shut it for you, Jamarcus hissed. Jamarcus was a professional makeup artist, and at the moment, he was holding down Venessa so he could make her winged eyeliner perfect. Venessa, on the other hand, felt that it was completely unnecessary to stab her eyes with the black pointed pen. Mascara was more than enough. The day after the entire incident with Daniel, Sophronia, Jamarcus, Venessa, and even Gaben were giving the alpha the silent treatment. Gaben would only talk to him when necessary, while Venessa acted as if he didn't even exist. She had spent the night with Jamarcus. When she returned to the mansion the next morning, the first thing she saw was a fuming Daniel. He growled when he set eyes on the stubborn girl that had him worried, thinking she had been taken or worse, killed. Last night, he had called Jamarcus to ask where Venessa was. The young man lied straight through his teeth and said he didn't know, when really Venessa was sitting in front of him enjoying hot Cheetos while watching Black Panther. He had thought something had happened to her. The sight of her walking into the mansion the next morning in a man's shirt, with bare legs and bed hair, made the gold specks in his green eyes flare while the black ring around his ocean blue eyes darkened. His Leakin wanted blood. Venessa recalled the events of that day. "Where have you been?" Daniel boomed, grabbing her firmly by the shoulders. Does it matter?" Venessa asked, shrugging indifferently. He wrapped his thick, tattooed arms around her waist and brought her up against his chest, his minty breath fanning her neck as he dipped his head into the crook of it. He took a deep breath, growling loudly at what he found. She had been with Jammerkus. The stupid boy had the audacity to lie to his face. "Next time you tell me where you are going, understood?" he said, his jaw ticking with anger. His arms were still tight around her waist, and Venessa was avoiding his beautiful eyes. He was too close. He took her chin between his rough fingers gently, yet firmly, and made her look at him. "Answer my question, Venessa. Just because I've allowed you to walk around does not mean you can decide to spend the night elsewhere." "I was war." Daniel cut himself short when he realized what he was about to say. Disgusted, he let go of her as if she had caught fire. "You were what, huh? You were worried?" "Oh, please save the lies for someone who believes them. Like you've made clear, I am not your mate and nor are you mine, so let's mind our own business, Alpha," Venessa let out through gritted teeth. How dare he say that he was worried when he had been nothing but an arrogant, disrespectful cheater all this time, she thought to herself, scoffing. With that, Venessa turned on her heel and headed up the stairs. "Venessa, change that shirt," a deep voice commanded from downstairs. She whipped her head around to see him giving her the "if you don't do it, there will be consequences" look, one that a mother would give to a child. Venessa huffed, flipped her hair behind her shoulder, and walked toward her room, her hips swaying unconsciously. The irritated Alpha downstairs tried to keep his gaze away from his tempting mate. His leakin was itching to claim her. "God, it literally took me 15 minutes to do your eyeliner, girl." "What the heck?" Jammerkus exclaimed, fanning himself dramatically. After begging, cajoling, and sweet-talking their mates, the three friends were finally given permission to go to a pack party. When Daniel found out, he opened his mouth to say something, but then closed it, turned on his heel, and walked away. At the moment, Jammerkus was ready and finishing up Venessa's makeup. Sophronia was downstairs with her mate, who was currently rubbing his scent all over her to keep unwanted males away. Venessa did not want to know how. Jammerkus was wearing a fancy crop top with leather pants and boots. His makeup was on point, the blood-red lipstick making him look exotic. Sophronia was wearing a dark blue dress with a halter neckline, and her back was on display. It ended above her knees and was skin-tight, making her look classy, elegant, yet alluring. Venessa was wearing a white, backless dress that fell to mid-thigh. She hadn't wanted to wear it, but Jammerkus and Sophronia insisted otherwise. She finished her look off with white heels. When Sophronia finally graced them with her presence, she smelled strongly of Nolan. The three of them walked down the stairs after Jammerkus finished Venessa's look. The males lounging in the living room snapped their heads up upon hearing the clicking of heels. Gaben and Nolan were practically drooling over their mates. Daniel was speechless. She looked like a goddess walking down the stairs, her hair pulled up into a bun, her dress accentuating her curves. With every step she took, her dress hitched up a bit, showing glimpses of her upper thighs. Lorenzo was in a frenzy, pushing possessive thoughts into Daniel's head, forcing the Alpha to growl at him to stop. The deadly Leakin had turned into a lovesick puppy. As they stood in front of their mates, Venessa suddenly felt shy. She had seen his look of shock when he first saw her, and now he was just staring at her blankly. Jammerkus and Sophronia gave Venessa a knowing look. Now the three of them were off to a human club. They had lied about going to a pack party. When they entered the club, the strong scent of sweat, drinks, and heavy perfumes hit them hard. They tried not to gag. Soon, they were on their 5th tequila shots and were numb to the strong smells around them. Werewolves were immune to alcohol. Only large amounts of consumption would make them tipsy. "Oh my God, this is the most fun I've had in a while," Sophronia slurred, holding her drink in her hand as she swayed to the beat. Jammerkus was holding on to Venessa for dear life as he murmured about how hot it was and how he wanted to take his leather pants off, while Venessa laughed for no reason. A handsome guy with curly hair and chestnut-colored eyes walked up to Venessa and asked her for a dance. She found herself comparing him to a beautiful man with chiseled features and tattoo-covered arms. Thinking of him, she realized what he had done in her presence, and it made her angry. If he could do whatever he wanted, then so could she. He had already taken Aristotle as his mate anyway, so she had no business with him. She took his hand, and they walked toward the dance floor. He placed his hands on her hips, and she put hers on his shoulders as they started swaying to the beat. She danced as best as she could, trying to forget everything. The human pressed closely against her on the crowded floor. Suddenly, a pair of large, rough, tattooed hands grabbed Venessa and pulled her drunk form flush against a hard chest. "What the hell, man?" "I was dancing with her," a voice said behind her, trying to get a hold of her arm. The person holding her pulled her closer to his chest, growling loudly as he picked Venessa up bridal style and headed out of the club. The warmth this person provided offered more comfort than 5 tequila shots ever could. She shut her eyes and hummed in contentment, cuddling close to her source of warmth. His chest rumbled, and Venessa giggled. "Oh, do that again." "It was funny," she said, smiling through her hiccups. She was then placed in a car. What are you doing?" "My friends," her drunk rambling was cut off by a finger placed over her soft lips. Shortly after, a deep voice assured her. "They're okay." "Sleep now, amore," he said, as a pair of warm lips pressed against her forehead. "Okay," Venessa whispered, and soon after, she was fast asleep. Chapter 5. Rays of the sun passed through the window, waking Venessa from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and groaned when a sharp pain sliced through her head. She opened her eyes to unfamiliar surroundings. This was not her room. The potent smell that pervaded the room told her exactly whose it was. The scent of woods and mint cocooned her. She was in Daniel's room. She sat up and stretched, swinging her legs out of the bed, realizing she was wearing an oversized black t-shirt, also Daniel's. Her cheeks turned crimson. "Did he change my clothes?" she thought. The door to the bathroom swung open to reveal her mate. He stood there with a towel secured low on his hips. Water cascaded down his sculpted body, highlighting the dark ink wrapping around his arms and entwining at his chest. His heavily muscled abdomen made Venessa swallow hard. It wasn't an excessive, off-putting amount of muscle, it was the kind that made you do a double take. Every part of his body was chiseled, from his thick thighs to his toned calves. Goodness. Venessa tried to control her reaction. Daniel closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With his sharp alpha senses, he didn't miss the new scent that had filled the room. His eyes opened, and Venessa's gaze clashed with his pitch-black pools, his leakin. He stared at her. She looked stunning in his oversized tee. Daniel growled low at his own possessive thoughts. Venessa shot out of the bed, inching toward the door, hoping to run to the safety of her room. But the dark alpha had other plans. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, he moved with predatory speed, stepping directly into her path. His sheer size and overwhelming presence boxed her in against the heavy wood, leaving her breathless. Her breathing was as ragged as his. Venessa couldn't tell if she was frightened or overwhelmed by the proximity. "Daniel, wah." She was cut off when he ducked his head, his face hovering near her neck. "You smell like heaven," Daniel growled softly, taking a deep breath. Venessa felt a shiver run down her spine. "Daniel, let me go," she demanded, trying to keep her voice firm as she pushed against his chest. She realized it was a mistake when her hands touched his warm skin. He gently brushed his lips along her jawline, causing Venessa to gasp lightly. The proximity was intoxicating, and she found it hard to push him away. Daniel seemed lost in the moment, appreciating her nearness. He pressed a soft kiss to her temple, then her cheek. Venessa was trembling. His intensity made it difficult for her to think straight. Suddenly, as if something inside him snapped, he let go of her and stepped back abruptly. He ran his hands through his hair in frustration, looking at her flushed face. Damn it, that shouldn't have happened. Before Daniel could finish his sentence, she shoved him hard in the chest, pushing him away from her with all her strength. Daniel looked up in shock to see wide doe eyes looking at him with fury. How dare you, Venessa choked out. Her chest was burning. He was just holding her so intimately, and now he was openly pulling away as if it were a mistake. His eyes darkened with sudden fury. He didn't tolerate disrespect. Push my patience again, Venessa, and I swear on the moon goddess I will. Daniel's warning was cut off as Venessa stepped back, shaking her head. No, no, Venessa shouted. I will not take any more of this. I've had enough. You've insulted me in more ways than one. You can't suddenly have an attack of conscience and act like everything is a mistake. I can't take this anymore. It hurts. Damn you, it hurts so much. Goddess, I wish I weren't cursed with a mate like you, choosing another while I was right here, Venessa shouted, tears streaming down her face, hurt and pain etched into every fiber of her being. But she wasn't finished. Goddess, Venessa chuckled bitterly, looking up and shaking her head. What have I done? What did I do to get you as a mate? She asked, her eyes full of tears. A heavy, thick silence filled the room. I hate you, she said in a soft, painful whisper. Daniel visibly flinched, shock and hurt flashing across his features at her words. A feeling had him rooted to the spot, making his heart wrench. Guilt. She shook her head at his lack of response, glared at him, and ran out of the room. She ran into her bathroom and pulled off his shirt. Tears ran down her face as sobs racked her body. She turned on the shower, scrubbing herself roughly, wanting to wash away the morning's events. She wrapped her arms around herself and slid down the glass door onto the cold, tiled floor, the water mixing with her tears. He hadn't even introduced her to the pack as a member, let alone as his mate. She felt so unworthy and useless. 2 more days. She'd wait 2 more days, and then, if she found the opportunity, she would run away from this pack, away from him. Venessa sat in her bed reading a book to divert her mind from what had happened. It was now 2 in the afternoon. She was wearing sweatpants and an oversized hoodie. A knock made her look up to see Marlowe come in, carrying a tray. Venessa smiled weakly at the elderly woman. The Alpha said you didn't have breakfast. You should eat. It's noon now. And these are for your headache, Marlowe explained, smiling at the young girl. Venessa felt a flash of irritation. How dare he? I'm not hungry, Marlowe, thank you. You can take this away, Venessa said, trying to keep her tone polite. Oh no, you must eat, Marlowe insisted. Venessa sighed, not wanting to offend the sweet woman. Marlowe, may I ask who changed my clothes last night? Venessa mumbled, picking up the orange juice from the tray and taking a sip. Oh yes. Last night the Alpha came home late, carrying you. You were fast asleep. He took you to his room, then called me to change your clothes, Marlowe said, trying to keep the giddy smile out of her voice. Wait, what? Venessa asked, disbelief on her face. Well, yes. Afterward, he checked up on you again, and then he slept in the guest room, Marlowe said with a tinge of sadness in her voice, smiling softly at Venessa. She hoped these 2 young souls would find a way to help each other find happiness. Marlowe saw Venessa for what she was, a lost child. Venessa, however, looked stunned. Patting her hand, Marlowe turned to walk out, but not before voicing her thoughts. Forgive me for intruding, but... I know that you and the Alpha are mates, Marlowe said, chuckling at the surprised look on Venessa's face, since no one officially knew. Don't look so surprised. I can recognize mates anywhere. The point is, I know the Alpha may be hard to understand. But if you look closely, he's in need of love and affection just like you are. Despite the cold facade he puts on, and no matter how much you try fighting him, I can clearly see you 2 on each other. I haven't missed the look of longing he gives you when you're not looking. I've known him for many decades, and that man is as stubborn as a mule. To move on, whether it is with or without each other, you both need to sit down and discuss what's next. This way, neither of you will get hurt. My advice would be to at least try working it out properly so you don't have regrets later on. You'll grow to love him. But if after trying it doesn't work, you'll be happy knowing you gave it your best shot, and it won't hurt as much either, Marlowe advised, smiling at Venessa, whose thoughts were now all over the place. Later that evening, Venessa carried her heavy limbs down the stairs. She walked into the library, got a few books, grabbed a snack from the kitchen, and then made her way back upstairs. A voice made her stop short. "Baby, please, I need you," a high-pitched, annoying voice whined. Confused, Venessa followed the voice to see Aristotle in the living room. Her hands were around Daniel, peppering kisses on his jaw, leaning in toward his lips. Chapter 6. Venessa saw red. Before she could run out of the room to confront Aristotle, Kaya had other plans. She pushed through and took control of Venessa's body. Despite Venessa's attempts to gain back control, it was to no avail. Kaya wanted retribution, and she got it. "Get your hands off him." Kaya growled ferociously, her eyes completely glazed over. Aristotle gasped in surprise and looked at Daniel, who mirrored her expression before skillfully masking it. "Daniel, you're going to let her talk to me like that?" Aristotle whined, looking expectantly at him. Daniel, however, was staring straight at Venessa, his face blank. "I said, get your hands off him," Kaya growled, a clear warning in her voice promising dire consequences. Slightly startled, Aristotle pulled her hands away from the alpha and glared at Venessa. "First of all, mind your own business." "What happens between Daniel and me is none of your concern," she snarled, her selfish nature coming out. "We are not mates, and I'm asking you to leave for the last time," Daniel growled out. He had been on a call in the living room when Aristotle showed up uninvited. Despite his attempts to politely push her away, she remained insistent, and he tried to extricate himself without using unnecessary physical force. That was how Venessa had found them. A sinister smile spread across Venessa's face. Kaya was out to play, and she wouldn't give Aristotle a free pass this time. In a flash, she crossed the room and had Aristotle pinned firmly against the wall by her shoulders. Aristotle gasped in shock, struggling against the immovable grip as the pressure increased. From behind them, a deep voice stopped Kaya from taking it any further. "That's enough," Daniel commanded, his voice thick with authority. Kaya stood unfazed. She turned around, smirked at Daniel, and maintained her hold. Venessa, understanding why Daniel was intervening, realized she needed to de-escalate the physical confrontation before it went too far. She finally pushed Kaya back, took control, and dropped her hands. Aristotle took deep breaths, rubbing her shoulders as she coughed lightly to regain her composure. She then looked up at Venessa and stood with a malicious smile on her face, ready to launch verbal venom. Well. Would you look at that? A petty, worthless little stray wants to play with the alpha, she sneered, trying to rile Venessa up. The air shifted at her words. Authority now rolled off Venessa in waves. Her brown eyes, previously filled with anger, were glowing silver as if reflecting the moon. The main front door burst open, but Venessa paid no heed. Her rival had challenged her, and a challenge she would get. In the doorway stood a wide-eyed Nolan with papers in his hands, alongside a petrified Sophronia clutching his arm. Terrified of the scene playing out in front of them, they almost lowered their heads from the sheer power Venessa was emitting. Looking at Daniel's back, his posture was still and alert, ready to step in if Aristotle tried to attack. Venessa let out a sharp, mocking laugh at Aristotle's comment. "Oh, you foolish girl," Venessa started, the dominance in her eyes as clear as day. "Do you realize how pathetic you really are, chasing after someone who doesn't want you? You would rather ruin a home to avoid facing the reality of your own insecurities. You're not his mate. You don't even have a mate. You throw yourself at anyone just to borrow a fraction of Daniel's power. Maybe you think it will fill that empty hole in your heart." Venessa's voice was pure ice. "From the looks of it, you clearly have issues. Not getting enough attention, I take it?" "Parasites like you never last long," Venessa hissed, her glowing orbs flashing. A wide, commanding smile played on her illuminated features, her whole frame radiating dominance. "Now leave," Venessa commanded. The word echoed with unnatural force. Against her will, Aristotle felt her legs move as she shakily tried to back away, knowing that defying an alpha's command would be agonizing. Tears of humiliation streamed down her face as she tried to keep her feet from moving. I said leave, Venessa thundered. The authority rolled off her in such intense waves that Nolan and Sophronia instinctively bowed their heads and took a step back. Aristotle cried out and fled the house. An eerie silence settled in the living room. No one spoke for a long moment. I guess we were late in bringing the news, huh? Nolan stated, gulping as he looked at the scene with wide eyes. How did we miss this? Daniel murmured, skimming through the papers Nolan had brought him. I swear this was not in any of the standard records. When you told me to do a background check on her, none of this came up until I opened a very old file on her father. It didn't make any sense because she lived at the lowest rank, but then I connected the dots. This is it, Nolan finished, running his big hands through his hair. Bring her in, Daniel said, his voice gruff. A minute later, Venessa and Sophronia walked into the office. Sophronia looked worried, and Venessa's face was completely blank. After the incident, Aristotle had been escorted to the pack infirmary to recover from the shock of the Alpha command. Meanwhile, Nolan, Sophronia, and Daniel had tried to calm down a still raging Venessa. Daniel had reached out, holding onto both her hands. Sparks flew, and despite her initial resistance, Venessa had calmed down. When she looked down, she realized how small her hands looked compared to Daniel's. His were big and warm, covering almost her entire hand. Sit, Daniel said, rummaging through the files. He leaned back in his office chair, assessing his mate. Venessa stared right back at him, unflinching. Did you know your father was an alpha, Venessa? Daniel asked, getting straight to the point. His voice was casual, his baritone rich and deep. Venessa frowned, then shook her head no. Well then, when Nolan came running in today, it was to tell me exactly that. Your father was an alpha. It was a little late considering the events, Daniel said sarcastically, glancing at Nolan, who smiled sheepishly at him. Never seen a sarcastic Daniel before, Venessa thought. So tell me, Venessa. Tell me everything you remember and anything you know, Daniel said, leaving no room for argument. My parents both died in a fire when I was 8. I remember nothing from that. We were a normal family. I was then put into the custody of my uncle, Venessa choked out, the dark memories flashing in her mind. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The occupants of the room frowned, and she continued. When I reached the age of 15, I was demoted to the lowest rank for no reason. Growing up, my family were normal pack members. I had never heard of them being anything otherwise, Venessa finished, shrugging the matter off. Silence. Well, it says in your files that your father, Harlow, was in fact the alpha of the Blood Moon Pack. Your mother fell sick when she was pregnant with you, coming close to death. Josias, your now dead alpha, was a healer. He proposed a deal to your father, his title in exchange for your mother's health. Naturally, your father accepted, and that's how Josias became alpha. That's why Aristotle physically couldn't resist your command. You have alpha blood in you, Nolan said, stating the facts. So, in other words, you're an alpha female, Sophronia stated, lightening the atmosphere and smiling giddily. Venessa smiled at her friend. She then looked up to find her mate watching her. Against the dark night sky and the pale moonlight coming through the windows, his ocean blue, I looked like an angry, stormy sea, with deep waves crashing into each other. His green, I looked like a lush forest in the sun, the golden specks glinting. Did he know? She thought. Chapter 7. The promise Venessa had made to herself about escaping was finally coming to fruition. It had been a day since the revelation that she was a female alpha. She had felt a headache coming on and retreated to her room as the pressure of everything settled heavily upon her. Jamarcus and Sophronia had given her medication, as she had developed a high fever alongside her migraine and nausea. She was in bad shape overall. Stuffing a box of tissues and her other necessities into her backpack, she pulled on her hoodie. With bloodshot eyes and trembling legs, she made her way out of her room. Kaya had explained that it was very rare for werewolves to get sick like this, especially those of a higher ranking. The only reason for her illness was the fact that she had found her mate, but they still hadn't accepted the bond. Avoiding and ignoring the mate bond led to severe weakness. Daniel had not shown any traces of it, but Venessa was a trembling mess. It was 3 a.m. With her backpack over her shoulder and her eyesight hazy, Venessa clutched the railing of the staircase and quietly made her way down. Tiptoeing across the foyer, she moved past the living room, only a few feet away from her final escape. Venessa felt as if it were hard to breathe. The air seemed to thin. This was it. This was her leaving her mate and the bond. Her heart lurched and thumped irregularly in her chest. Her wolf whined softly, but Venessa pushed the feeling down. She wouldn't lose control again, and certainly not to him. She turned around to take in the empty house, sighing deeply. With one last look toward his room, her lips trembling, she turned the doorknob softly. She had opened the door halfway when it was suddenly slammed shut. She was grabbed by the waist, spun around, and pressed back against the heavy wood. Her breath hitched at the sudden movement, and her eyes widened. Daniel stood there, his bare chest heaving. His hair was messy, his eyes dark, and his jaw ticked with tension. He wore a pair of gray sweatpants that hung low on his hips. He held Venessa trapped between himself and the door, her only escape. His woodsy, minty scent washed over her, making her squeeze her eyes shut. No, she wouldn't lose control. "Where do you think you're going, Amore?" Daniel hissed through clenched teeth, holding his mate captive. Venessa sputtered nonsense. "Busted." Her eyes darkened, and she pushed against his chest, but he didn't budge. She growled at him, and he growled right back. "What does it look like?" "I'm leaving you and this cursed pack," she snapped, twisting in his hold, desperate to break free. His onyx eyes flashed, and he bared his canines at her, demanding her submission. But his stubborn mate had other plans. She brought her knee up hard, striking him exactly where she intended. Daniel loosened his hold on her, stumbling back with a groan of anger. She ran for the door and turned the knob, only to suddenly find herself airborne. She clutched onto Daniel, the swift movement making her feel even dizzier than the fever already did. He carried her across the foyer, away from the exit. She twisted around in his arms, only to find him an inch away from her, their faces almost touching. Both of them were breathing raggedly. Venessa stopped struggling. The fever and headache were making her senses reel, and she sagged against him. His hands were firmly on her waist, and hers rested against his chest. They were pressed flush against each other, and she couldn't deny the natural way her softer contours fit against his solid frame. They were made for each other. There was no way around it. "Don't ever even think of leaving," Daniel growled out, tightening his hold. Venessa was silent for a moment. "Had you not done half of what you did, I wouldn't have even thought of leaving," she whispered. Daniel clenched his jaw. She looked so small and fragile, completely unlike the raging she-wolf he had seen the day before. "You expect me to be your Prince Charming, Venessa? I am not that. You're acting like a child." "Stop confusing reality with the fairy tales you believe in," Daniel said, angry at himself and at her. Something inside Venessa snapped. A child. She roughly pushed against his chest. Startled, he moved back. "A child? You think I'm a damn child?" Venessa hissed, venom lacing her words, her eyes igniting with fury. "Watch your mouth, Venessa," he growled, taking a step forward. "You know nothing about me, Daniel. So go ahead and say all that crap elsewhere," Venessa shouted, seeing red. They stared at each other, chests heaving. "You know what?" Venessa said, smiling bitterly. "Screw you. Screw this. I'm rejecting you," she hissed through clenched teeth. Her hands curled into fists at her sides, her chocolate brown eyes flashing with anger. His eyes darkened at her outburst. The ocean blue of his left eye turned black, while simultaneously, the green of his right eye dimmed until darkness took over completely. Both orbs were now pitch black. His lichen was pushing to the surface. Her threat of rejection didn't sit well with the beast, who was desperate to take control and claim her. To make her his. Forever. "I, Venessa Harlow, reject you, Daniel N." Her statement was cut off as he crashed his lips firmly over hers. Sparks flew at the contact. He moved his mouth intensely against hers, a low growl rumbling in his chest as he pulled her flush against his body, demanding she yield to the sudden, passionate kiss. His stubble grazed her cheeks. There was nothing tender about the kiss. It was entirely consuming. The embrace was rough and desperate, and despite her anger, Venessa found her hands wrapping around his neck. He growled into the kiss, driven mad by the undeniable bond between them, and Venessa let out a soft sound as she surrendered to the overwhelming moment. Daniel held her firmly, his kiss deep and unrelenting. A rush of emotion streaked through Venessa's body. Her hands tangled in his dark locks as they clung to each other, the raw power of their connection overriding their previous argument. He slanted his mouth across hers, deepening the kiss further. She melted into his arms, finally returning the embrace with equal fervor. The sheer intensity of the bond threatened to overwhelm them both. Venessa was the first to break away, breathing heavily. Both looked completely dazed. Venessa raised her trembling fingers to her swollen lips. Daniel watched her, his eyes dark with intense emotion, his arms flexing from the strain of holding himself back. The reality of everything crashed onto Venessa, and she looked up at him with wide, accusing eyes. Chapter 8. So you're telling me you fled like your backside had caught fire? Jamarcus asked skeptically for the nth time, his expression growing more dire with every second. I remember when Nolan and I first kissed, it led to us spending the night together. Straight up, Sophronia added, smiling proudly. Venessa groaned and hid her face in her hands. After the incident the night before, the only thing Venessa did was run to the safety of her room and stay there until she knew the coast was clear. Jamarcus and Sophronia visited her. Girls being girls, she spilled all the details to her friends. Jamarcus dropped to the ground dramatically when she told them, while Sophronia clapped her hands ecstatically, beaming at her. Guys, help me out. Heck, I can't even look at him, Venessa said, frustrated. Fine, let's go take a walk around the pack to get your mind off this, Jamarcus muttered. He was annoyed that his best friend had the opportunity to finally fully accept her mate bond, but she had ruined it. Yes, that's what he was annoyed about. After she changed her clothes, the three of them started walking around the grounds. By now, the pack members who were close to them had an idea about the whole mate situation, but there were some who still didn't know. I think Kendall is the most normal one in her family, Sophronia argued, as the three of them walked side by side, gossiping. In the distance, sounds of grunts and hits echoed. Frowning, Venessa walked up a small slope. Over the crest, a wide, endless expanse of leveled grass was revealed. It was full of training equipment. The area could easily accommodate 400 people, with mats, punching bags, fighting rings, and more. At the moment, there were easily over 90 warriors training. Jamarcus and Sophronia caught up to Venessa, who was mesmerized by every hit and kick that was delivered. She watched as they moved smoothly through the lush gardens, a fierce and determined look on all their faces. On the left side, 30 warriors were moving in perfect synchronization, including several female warriors. Pride burst within Venessa. It flowed through her, warming her as a beautiful smile graced her rosy lips. They made their way down to watch closer. Some of the warriors halted to see who the stunning she-wolf was. She smiled warmly at the head trainer, who was an aged wolf. To outsiders, he would seem to look almost 40, when in reality, he was much older. A bare-chested, sweaty wolf ran up to them. He was slightly breathless, smiling widely and utterly handsome. He had dirty blonde hair, baby blue eyes, and a fit, tan body. Hello, I haven't seen you around here before, he stated, smiling. He had a dimple, too. Very charming, Venessa thought. Hey, sorry, I'm Venessa, and I just joined the pack, she stated, smiling politely. Nice to meet you, Venessa. I'm DeAndre, he said, sticking his hand out. Venessa shook his hand, while Jamarcus and Sophronia coughed teasingly in the background. Venessa rolled her eyes. So, are you here to train? Because if you want to, I can help you, DeAndre offered. Venessa looked at her outfit. She wanted to, but she didn't have the right gear on. I don't think my outfit is appropriate, she started to say, but was cut off when DeAndre shook his head, smiling mischievously. He assessed her attire. It's fine. I'll just be showing you the basics anyway, he said, his eyes twinkling. Venessa looked at her friends, who both nodded encouragingly. He took her to a fighting ring. So, first, what you're going to do is fix your posture, DeAndre started. Venessa followed his instructions. 30 minutes into the training, she was feeling hot. Taking her denim jacket off, she tied it around her waist and threw her hair into a ponytail. Wanting to fix her stance, DeAndre put his hands around her waist, guiding her into the needed position. As he instructed her on what to do, he didn't let his hands drop. Venessa felt weird. Only Daniel touched her like this. DeAndre's touch didn't feel right. She was about to pull out of his hold when the loudest growl echoed across the gardens, shaking everyone and sending the birds in the trees flying away. Everyone turned around to see Daniel. He looked murderous. His form was shaking, and his beautiful eyes were completely glazed over. Get your hands off her, pup, Daniel thundered. DeAndre trembled at the command, moving back quickly with his head bowed. Venessa stood there with wide eyes. Nolan walked over to Sophronia and whispered something angrily into her ear, while Gaben looked at Jamarcus with a completely blank face. I apologize, Alpha. I didn't know she was taken, DeAndre stuttered, shrinking back as Daniel stepped into the ring. Daniel stared down at the warrior. He raised his fist, ready to knock the pup down. His Leakin wanted retribution. Someone had touched what was his. Daniel, no. Venessa shouted, running up to him and grasping onto his thick arm, trying to pull him away. He looked at her, then back at DeAndre. Daniel, please, Venessa whispered. The Alpha was still shaking with anger. He was about to deliver the blow when Venessa did the only thing that came to mind. She held his face, stood on her toes, and pressed her lips to his. At first, he froze. Venessa then slowly, almost gently, started moving her lips against his, brushing back and forth. Then, almost timidly, she darted her tongue out to trace his lips, urging him to open up for her. He growled low in his throat, held her firmly by the nape, and kissed her deeply right there in the ring. He kissed her thoroughly, and for the onlookers, it was confirmed. The Alpha had finally found his mate. He crushed her to him, not caring if anyone, let alone the entire pack, was watching. Venessa looked up to see that his eyes had returned to their normal color. Her hands were still resting on his thick, tattooed arms. She smiled softly at him, gently skimming her fingers across his ink. His chest rumbled. He dipped his head into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply before lifting his head, but not before placing a soft kiss on the spot where she was to be marked. Venessa gasped and looked up at him. She was lost in his eyes once again. In the sunlight, the blue of his left eye was more prominent. It was like looking at a clear afternoon sky, incredibly calming. The green of his right eye made her forget the lush grass around them. It was a stunning shade, like plants after a fresh rain, soothing, with gold specks more radiant than the sun's rays. Someone coughed, and they both looked to their right. The trainer, Jackson, was giving them a knowing look, smirking at the couple. Venessa blushed gorgeously, and Daniel smirked back. The warriors stood in wonder and awe at what had just happened. After a minute of stunned silence, they all started cheering, roaring with applause and congratulations. Chapter 9. She was back in the place where she first set eyes on her mate, but the circumstances were very different, and she didn't know how to feel about that. Daniel sat behind his desk in his sharp black suit, while Venessa was in a pair of ripped jeans, a sleeveless top, and a pair of low-top Vans. After the kiss in front of the entire pack, Venessa couldn't stop blushing. Hours later, when Daniel and the rest were back to training, she walked home, questioning what she really meant to him. Venessa decided that before she lost her mind, she would much rather talk to him about it and settle it once and for all. Around 5 in the evening, she walked up to his office, knocked, and entered with his permission. Jamarcus and Sophronia had advised that she stay calm and not lose her temper. "Sit," he commanded, not sparing her a glance and rummaging through a stack of papers. She did as told, annoyed that he wouldn't acknowledge her presence. She cleared her throat once. Twice. "What do you want?" Daniel growled impatiently. Shocked and angered, Venessa snapped, "Don't you dare growl at me or use that tone of voice with me, Daniel. Not after the stunt you pulled in the clearing today." "What is it?" he asked in a much gentler tone. It was then that Venessa held her breath. The question was on the tip of her tongue, yet she couldn't say it out loud. The silence made Daniel look up and raise a thick brow. The specks of gold in his green eyes seemed to be glowing, along with the black rim that held the storm of his dark ocean blue eye. "What are we?" Venessa let out in one breath. Daniel studied her in silence. It unnerved her. "What do you think we are?" he asked instead, leaning back in his chair. His intense gaze made Venessa look down at her entwined hands. There was so much going through her. She was in turmoil. "I don't know," she whispered ever so lowly. If it had not been for his sharp senses, he would have missed it. Sighing, he stood up and walked around the desk to stand in front of her. Using his thumb and forefinger, he held her chin and made her look at him, sparks zapping between them upon their touch. "Tell me what really is on your mind, Venessa," he demanded huskily, his voice deep and rough, but gentle as if not to startle her. Venessa started, but couldn't finish her sentence. She inhaled deeply and then said, "I want to know what we are and where I stand. You say you do not want me, but you almost ripped a warrior's head off because he touched me. And Aristotle." Venessa trailed off, her voice shaky and her eyes begging him to make the truth known. Daniel clenched his jaw and walked toward the window, his back to her. "First of all, Venessa, we are mates. There is no question in that. And as for Aristotle, she and I are." Daniel was cut off when the door was thrown open. There stood a very sweaty, shirtless Nolan and a wide-eyed Gavin. "What is the meaning of this?" Daniel demanded. "Alpha, you've got to see this. We found this footage from last night from one of the security cameras, and we triple-checked it to make sure it's real." Gavin rushed out. It was the first time Venessa had ever seen him lose his composure. Frowning, Daniel nodded. "Daniel, I don't know how to explain this, but..." Nolan started. "Spit it out." Daniel let out through clenched teeth, his tall frame humming with anger. "It's your father," Gavin finally said. The thick silence that filled the room made it hard for Venessa to breathe as she looked at Nolan and Gavin, who had worry written across their faces. Daniel started shaking, his huge form trembling. "Show me," he growled. The men went forward and inserted a USB drive into the laptop. The footage started. It was near the borders of the pack. Everything seemed normal until a tall man emerged from the woods, looking around to make sure no one was there. He then started walking around as if looking for something, his steps sure and determined, his shoulders taut. Venessa watched Daniel's hand clench into a fist. She bit her lip, wanting to help him but refraining. After a few minutes, the man seemed to pull out a liquid from a tube. As he drank it down, his hood fell back, turning his face toward the camera. Daniel's body stiffened, and Venessa gasped. The man was an exact replica of Daniel, except for a scar running across his left cheek. If Venessa didn't know any better, she would say that was his father. Her eyes widened. She looked at Daniel. His eyes had completely glazed over. "I watched him die," Daniel whispered. "I watched him die." "How is he alive?" he roared, standing to his full height. His lichen was about to come out. "Venessa, get out of here." Gavin thundered, running across the room and taking hold of Daniel, trying to keep him at bay. Nolan rushed to them and pushed him down, trying to slow the shift. Venessa watched, petrified. Daniel's styled hair was now messy, and his suit wrinkled as the Alpha fell to his knees, trying to fight back the shift. As if her body had a mind of its own, she walked toward him despite the warnings the Beta and Gamma were shouting. She dropped to her knees in front of him and placed her hands on either side of his face. His trembling slowed down, but his body was still working through the transformation. She looked at Nolan and Gavin and nodded for them to leave. They were hesitant at first, but finally stepped out. Venessa moved back and watched her mate turn into his lichen. Thick midnight black first sprouted from his body, his clothes tearing away. His body rippled with heavy muscle, humming with power. There stood her dark lichen. Her mate, in all his glory, stood at 7 feet tall. He then dropped to all fours and watched Venessa with curiosity in his beautiful eyes. He circled her, and Venessa stood completely still. "Lorenzo," she called out. The lichen paused and growled deep in his throat. He liked her calling his name. "Mate," Lorenzo said, his voice, if possible, deeper and rougher than Daniel's. "Come here," she said as she sat cross-legged on the tiled floor. She wasn't scared. Hesitantly, he walked toward her and settled his large head in her lap. She ran her fingers through his fur, feeling its silkiness. He hummed, and she giggled. He looked up and licked her face, causing Venessa to shriek with laughter. "You're too cute," Venessa cooed. The offended lichen puffed his chest out and growled at her statement. "Cute? I am not cute, mate. I am dangerous," Lorenzo rumbled. Venessa just shook her head at him. After a moment of comfortable silence, she knew that bringing up the tape would just make him angry, so she settled for her other unanswered questions. "Lorenzo, why did Daniel sleep with Aristotle, and then again the other day?" "None of that happened, mate." "Daniel has been loyal ever since he found you," Lorenzo said, explaining the actual events to her. When Aristotle first showed up, trying to proposition Daniel, he rejected all her advances and told her to leave. Instead, she stayed in the guest room and pulled the "I'm his mate" stunt the next morning. Then, when she tried seducing him in the living room, Daniel was actively trying to push her away when Venessa walked in. The entire scene appeared to be something it was not. "Daniel is many things, but he is not a cheater or an abuser," Lorenzo said quietly, enjoying the feel of Venessa running her hands through his fur. After a while of silence, Venessa said, "Can you let Daniel take back control, please? I want to talk to him." Chapter 10. Venessa sat in the office, waiting for her mate to return. After she requested that Lorenzo shift back, he had padded out the door. After a while, her mate walked in wearing khaki shorts, a white t-shirt, and canvas sneakers. He looked very handsome and very normal. Venessa tried not to stare, watching his tattooed arms flex with his movements, and the way his jaw ticked and clenched when he was angry, or just him being him. Venessa shook her head. Her thoughts were going haywire. What was going on? She wondered. She pushed the distracting thoughts aside and concentrated on the situation at hand. "I see you're waiting for some answers," Daniel said, his deep voice ringing out in the silent house. Venessa nodded. He stood in front of her, folding his arms over his chest, the movement highlighting his muscles and proving very distracting. Venessa swallowed hard, praying to the moon goddess that she could keep her composure. "Come, let's take a stroll in the garden," he said, holding his hand out. She shyly tucked her delicate hand into his large one. They descended the stairs and headed outside, walking across the lush green grass. "You may ask what you want to," Daniel said gruffly, letting go of her hand. Venessa suddenly felt sad, missing his warmth. She took a deep breath and started. "I have many questions, Daniel, but I will only ask a few for now," she said, her shoulder grazing his arm as they walked. "First, I wanted to ask why you did all that. Why you avoided me like the plague and kept me at a distance." Lorenzo explained the Aristotle situation, and that's settled, but Venessa was cut off from her rambling when Daniel gently placed his forefinger over her lips, silencing her. "One at a time, Venessa." "But I get what you're trying to say," Daniel explained, and Venessa listened to him carefully. "I did all that for 2 reasons. The first being I never wanted a mate, ever. And then you came along and brought more havoc into my life than I've ever experienced. I was losing control around you, and that made me rage at myself and, naturally, at you. And second," Venessa whispered, feeling her heart clench at his words, "being my mate puts you in a lot of danger. You become a target to all my enemies, a weakness they think they can use against me, and I refuse to pull you into that mess. That is why I tried pushing you away. Not only that, but I've always feared a mate would be a distraction. I felt as if I wouldn't be able to be a good alpha because you'd also be a priority, and I'd worry myself into the ground over your safety, he said, smiling slightly at the end as he looked down at her. I tried, I really did. But you're the most stubborn little wolf I have ever seen. You always manage to get under my skin, even when I will against it, he stated. He clasped his hands behind his back, his entire being emitting raw power and dominance. Venessa bit her lip, trying to hide her smile. After a moment of silence, Venessa asked the one thing that had been on her mind the entire time. Daniel, I wanted to ask about your father, she said gently, cringing slightly as the words left her mouth. His body stiffened at her words. He turned to look at her, his eyes stormy. His jaw flexed, and he stood completely still, his gaze intense. Then he turned and continued walking. Venessa struggled to keep up with his long, powerful strides. My father was a monster. I killed him myself, and now somehow he is alive, Daniel said gruffly, a low growl escaping him at the end. She could see his anger quickly surfacing. Hesitantly, Venessa slipped her hand into his, hoping to calm him down. At the touch, he jerked his head back to look at her, and then down at their entwined hands. Sighing deeply, he tugged her along with him, their fingers joined. My mother was a lovely woman, gentle and graceful. My father, too, was once a good man. But after conquering a few packs, his thirst for power increased, and he changed. As mates, it was very rare to see such a sight, a mate neglecting another. From that, it escalated into severe abuse. As a 9-year-old and an only child, I watched my mother suffer from afar, he said, his voice rough and his eyes distant. He tightened his grip on her hand, and Venessa soothingly ran her fingers gently across his arm. Her eyes stung from hearing about her mate's past. Then he turned his anger on me. None of the pack members knew of the abuse, and my mother didn't try telling anyone. She was still in love with my father despite his actions. She would cry every night while tending to me. One day, while I was out in the gardens, I heard a scream from the house. I ran inside, only to find. Daniel stopped, breathing deeply. His eyes shut and his face morphed into a mask of pain. I found my mother had passed away, with my father standing over her. He then locked me up, and I couldn't even attend her funeral. He told everyone she had taken her own life because of a forbidden romance. Days later, I managed to break out. I took a silver blade from my father's drawer and ended his life in his sleep, he finished. His voice held no emotion, his face completely blank. Venessa swallowed hard. She turned him around to look at her, then wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging him tightly. He was stiff at first, but then he hesitantly put his arms around her. Still in each other's embrace, she whispered achingly, "I'm so sorry." The sincerity of her words made Daniel wrap his arms around her more securely, bringing her close to his chest. He rested his chin on her head, completely enveloping her small frame. She felt so small and fragile in his arms, and a wave of protectiveness hit him with renewed force. She sighed. "I know what you must have been through, with all the abuse," she whispered. Daniel was silent for a while. "Venessa, you don't have to tell me." He was cut off when she shook her head and looked up at him. "I want to," she said. There was so much trust and willingness in her beautiful, earthy brown eyes that Daniel felt his heart slam against his ribs. "My parents were killed. Everyone said it was the fire, but I know it wasn't. I was placed into the custody of my uncle. After some time, the pack started treating me terribly. They demoted me, and then the abuse started. My uncle would hurt me every chance he got for no reason at all. The night I finally escaped, the pack was being attacked. And since my uncle was mateless, the night before he tried to, Venessa couldn't finish the sentence. Her throat was tight, and tears stung her eyes. A loud, ferocious growl escaped Daniel as he held her close to his chest, burying his face in the crook of her neck and inhaling deeply. "But I got away." "He didn't succeed," Venessa whispered. The silence that followed was comfortable. Everything was out in the open. There was no turning back. Well, what do we have here? Chapter 11. Daniel and Venessa looked to their right to see Nolan and Sophronia standing hand in hand, grinning at both of them widely. "Truce?" Sophronia asked. Daniel looked down at his mate, who was still safely secured in his arms. The gentle smile on her glowing face told him what to say next. "I believe so," he said, a smile in his voice. Sophronia squealed in excitement, and Nolan smiled widely. The next day, everyone was getting ready. There was a packed dinner that night. Everything was set in the vast green gardens. The decor was simple yet stunning. Jammerkus, as usual, was doing the girls' makeup, while he himself looked striking with a dramatic rainbow eye look. Wearing a black onesie with killer heels, Jammerkus certainly knew how to dress for the occasion. Sophronia was in a soft, fitted purple dress that reached her knees, accented by a gold belt around her waist. She paired it with nude stilettos and soft makeup, her hair pulled into a bun. Venessa wore light, natural makeup, her hair tumbling loose. Her baby pink dress ended mid-thigh, cinched at the waist and flowy at the bottom with a slight v-neck. She paired her look with matching pumps. Venessa had not seen Daniel the entire day. He had been out training and then had to go to the neighboring pack for some business. Around 6, she walked out of the house to see everything set up. Smiling, she started walking around, making sure everything was ready, her hands clasped behind her back. While she was busy instructing some pack members about the lighting, Daniel had silently come and stood behind her. He wore royal blue slacks and a tucked-in white dress shirt, paired with brown loafers. She turned around and bumped into a hard chest. She gasped when 2 large hands wrapped around her waist to steady her. The warm sizzle of electricity that ran through her told her exactly who it was. Smiling, she looked up to meet his stunning eyes, his rich cologne enveloping her. "What were you up to, Luna?" Daniel asked, his voice husky and deep. Venessa swallowed, clutching onto his thick arms because her legs were turning to jelly. "Just helping here and there, Alpha," Venessa dared to tease back. At her words, his body stiffened and his eyes darkened with intensity. "Is that so?" He growled out, pulling her close. Venessa was cut off by someone clearing their throat. They turned around to see the pack doctor smiling at them with a knowing look. "Alpha," the doctor said. Standing at 6 feet with salt and pepper hair, hard features, and a soft, warm smile, he looked nothing like his 50 years of age. "Sebald," Daniel said, nodding his head. With that, they both left to talk somewhere in private. Soon, the garden was packed with a few hundred people. Everyone was laughing and chatting, enjoying themselves. While Venessa was talking and playing with some of the pups, a voice called out her name. She turned around to see none other than DeAndre, looking handsome. She smiled back at him gently. "Hey," he started, moving closer to her. "Hi," she said. "So I just wanted to apologize for the other day. I didn't know about you being mated to the Alpha. I would never disrespect him or you that way," he explained. Venessa shook her head, smiling. "It's okay, it was a genuine mistake. It's all forgotten, so don't worry about it. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying yourself," Venessa said. "Well, that's a relief, I must say. And yes, I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. So tell me, how are you doing?" DeAndre asked. "That's good. I'm doing great, thank you. What about you?" "Yeah, I'm doing good too." "Hey, I was wondering if DeAndre was cut off when a few pups bumped into him, making him fall straight toward Venessa. They bumped into each other and fell onto the grass. "Sorry, V." Jacinto, an 8-year-old, called out, giggling with the rest. Venessa laughed as she stood up. And that's how Daniel found them, standing very close to each other, laughing. "Venessa," he ground out. Venessa looked up to see her mate looking anything but happy. He was giving DeAndre a murderous look. "Oh no." She nudged DeAndre, signaling him to leave. He understood and left awkwardly. Venessa walked toward Daniel cautiously. "Daniel," she called out softly. He reached out, grasped her hips, and pulled her flush against him. He nuzzled his face into the crook of her neck and inhaled deeply, a low growl rumbling in his throat. She sighed and ran her hands through his hair, calming him down. "You know I don't want him, right?" she asked softly. Daniel pulled back and looked at her, his expression unreadable. She leaned up on her toes and placed a kiss on his jaw. Then, she wrapped her arm through his and pulled him toward the large table that was now full of mouth-watering food. They sat next to each other, with Nolan and Sophronia across from them, and Gabin and Jamarcus to their side. DeAndre sat a few chairs away, and there was still a lingering tension in the air. Occasionally during the meal, DeAndre would offer a polite smile to Venessa, which she kindly returned. While she was enjoying her dessert, Venessa felt a large, warm hand placed on her knee. Startled, she looked down to see Daniel's tattooed hand. She glanced up at him to find he was casually conversing with the elders of the pack. She blinked. She shifted in her seat and tried to pry his hand away, but the stubborn alpha refused to budge. "Daniel, stop it," she hissed under her breath. A few seconds later, his hand shifted, resting comfortably on her thigh. Her breath hitched, and she froze. Daniel slowly and deliberately started making soothing circles with his thumb, sending a rush of warmth through her. His hand was large enough to span her thigh, and the sudden closeness made her acutely aware of his protective presence. His hand gave a gentle, reassuring squeeze. Venessa looked up at him to see him as calm as ever, completely composed in front of their guests. She gave his hand a light pinch, but he didn't even flinch. His touch was branding, claiming. The sheer intensity of his unspoken attention was overwhelming. She leaned forward, focusing entirely on her chocolate mousse to hide the deep blush spreading across her cheeks. A soft, involuntary sigh escaped her lips, which thankfully only Daniel heard. He turned his head and looked at her, his eyes dark with a quiet intensity. Pure, unconcealed emotion. Without a word, he pushed his chair back, took her hand, and guided her toward the house with long, powerful strides, leaving half the pack startled, while others simply smirked with knowing looks on their faces. Chapter 12. Daniel took the stairs quickly, making his way up to his room with Venessa tucked safely in his arms. She held onto his shoulders, wondering what her dark Leakin had on his mind. His breathing was heavy and deep, and Venessa felt a warm shiver run through her. With his mate in his arms, Daniel walked into his room, gently placed Venessa on his king-sized bed, and walked toward the door. Confused, Venessa watched him. With a soft click, he locked the door. Venessa watched the broad expanse of his shoulders as he rolled them. He turned around, his eyes set intently on his mate sitting in the middle of his bed. Keeping his gaze locked on hers, he started taking off his suit jacket, taking his time. He casually threw it onto the sofa, then took slow, purposeful strides toward the bed, removing his cufflinks and rolling his sleeves up to his forearms to reveal his thick, tattooed arms. Venessa swallowed hard. "Sweetheart, are you going to sit in bed all night and watch me?" Daniel asked, a challenge in his voice. Venessa blinked. "Has my little mate forgotten how to speak?" Daniel teased, stepping in front of her. Venessa frowned. "No, actually, I'm wondering what's going on," she said truthfully. Since the minute Daniel had picked her up, she had no clue what he intended to do. "What's about to happen, if you're willing, is that I'm going to show you exactly how much you mean to me." A heavy silence fell between them. The room suddenly felt incredibly warm. Daniel gave her a look, raising one thick brow. Venessa wanted this. She wanted him. But she was scared. She couldn't deny it. The lingering doubt of not being good enough was stuck in her mind, threatening to pull her back into dark places she wished to leave behind. "You have something on your mind, Venessa," he said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Venessa nodded and bit her lip. "It's about us," she started. "Us," Daniel agreed. She nodded and looked up into his beautiful eyes. He sighed, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently pulled her into his lap. Shyly, she wrapped her arms around his neck while his hands rested securely on her hips, tracing soothing circles. "Sweetheart, know that everything I did was for a reason because you have enemies and you didn't want me to get hurt." "I know," Venessa finished for him, rolling her eyes. Daniel frowned. He shifted his grip, holding her a little more firmly. "Don't cut me off, and don't roll your eyes at me again. baby," he growled out softly. Venessa blushed red. "And there's also something else," Venessa started. "I don't know how to say this, but I want to make you happy too. I just don't exactly know how," she admitted softly, playing with the collar of his shirt and avoiding eye contact. Daniel let out a rumbling laugh. "Mate, you can just look at me with those eyes of yours and make me completely lose control. Those eyes of yours are lethal, my love." "They could make a saint forget his vows," Daniel said, his voice dropping an octave. "Any touch of mine you enjoy, know that I would enjoy it too. For example," Daniel started, looking at her with a silent question in his eyes. Venessa nodded for him to continue. He ran his hands gently down her back, leaning in to press a slow, soft kiss to her neck. Her grip on his arms tightened, and he raised his head, nodding encouragingly. She reached out, her trembling fingers gently tracing the collar of his half-opened shirt, feeling the warmth of his toned chest beneath the fabric. She looked up at him for permission, and he smiled warmly. She raised her hands, sinking her fingers into the hair at his nape. She tilted his head slightly and pressed her lips to his neck, kissing him gently. His grip on her hips tightened, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. Taking that as a sign of encouragement, she started peppering kisses along his jawline and collarbone. She could feel his muscles flexing under her touch. His skin felt like warm satin beneath her hands. Beautiful. Daniel gently sank his hands into her thick hair, tilting her head back slightly. He looked at her, giving her every opportunity to stop him, making sure she was entirely comfortable. She answered by leaning in and placing a tender kiss on his lips. He shifted, pulling her securely against him as they settled into the soft sheets. Venessa looked up at him, struck by how truly beautiful he was. He leaned over her, his lips meeting hers in a slow, passionate kiss as he held her close. She sighed into the embrace. Moving to her neck, he pressed affectionate kisses against the sensitive skin where he would one day mark her as his mate. She held onto his arms tightly as he kissed her thoroughly, taking his time and savoring the deep connection between them. He trailed warm kisses down her throat, making Venessa gasp softly at the overwhelming rush of affection and closeness. Realizing that they needed to take things slowly, Daniel pulled back just enough to press a final, lingering kiss to her forehead. He wrapped his arms securely around her, tucking her close against his chest. They lay tangled together in bed, wrapped in each other's warmth and enjoying the comfortable, soft silence. They were at peace. But they didn't know of the shadows lurking in the corners, waiting to strike at the exact right moment. Chapter 13. "Girl, so you finally took the next step," Jamrika squealed, hugging Venessa tightly while behind them, Sophronia clapped her hands ecstatically. "Guys, quiet down. Someone might hear," Venessa whisper-shouted. She bent down to tie the laces of her white Vans. She was wearing a plain white tee loosely tucked into her blue shorts. The morning that followed their passionate night, Venessa had awoken in Daniel's arms. He had lingered as long as he could, reluctant to leave her side before finally heading off to his scheduled meetings. Jamrika snorted. "Girl, I bet everyone knows." "You carry a scent everywhere," Jamrika said, shrugging and looking at his manicured nails. "It's true. When the Alpha and Luna complete the bond, the entire pack feels it because it's our completion," Sophronia explained. Venessa stood shell-shocked in front of her friends, horrified by the idea of everyone knowing about their private moments. "But we didn't complete the bond. Venessa trailed off. "Oh, sweetie, don't fret. It's only natural, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later," Sophronia said. Venessa smiled at her and they made their way out. Just as they were about to leave, the main door opened. Gabin, Nolan, and Daniel walked in. They seemed to be in a heated discussion, with deep frowns on their faces and their knuckles clenched. "Is something wrong?" Venessa asked worriedly, noting the look on her mate's face. Daniel looked up to see his mate walking toward him, and his gaze warmed. The fact that his scent was all over her made his leakin rumble with a deep possessiveness. He wanted nothing more than to take her upstairs and keep her to himself, and they hadn't even fully mated yet. "Nothing that concerns you, darling," Nolan said, smiling knowingly at Daniel. Nolan, don't lie. Tell me, what's the matter? Sophronia persisted, while Jammerkus nodded in agreement. Sophronia, I said it's nothing, Nolan said, sounding annoyed. But I said it's nothing. Nolan growled out angrily. It was the first time Venessa had ever seen him lose his cool. Sophronia stopped short, and a heavy silence descended upon the foyer. Her baby blue eyes watered, and her lower lip trembled. Nolan realized what he had done, and an instant look of regret flashed across his face. He moved forward, but she took a step back. Hurt shone in Nolan's eyes, but Sophronia was already crying. Nolan and Sophronia had a very gentle relationship. They had arguments like any normal couple, but Nolan never raised his voice at her. Whenever they had disagreements, they always solved them in a calm manner. For Nolan to raise his voice at Sophronia was a big deal. Baby? Nolan was cut off when Sophronia turned around and ran out of the house through the back door. Her mate looked lost and tried to run after her, but Venessa stopped him. I think you should give her some time, Venessa said. She nodded at Jammerkus, and they both moved to follow Sophronia. Venessa, you are not leaving this house, Daniel commanded. Venessa turned around to look at her mate, frowning. What? Why? She asked. Because I said so. Do not question me, Venessa, Daniel said, his voice losing its warmth. But Sophronia. Enough, Venessa. No means no. You are forbidden to leave this house until I say otherwise, Daniel said angrily. She flinched and took a step back. His anger was so unjustified and uncalled for, and it felt like they were back to square one. Her chest burned with indignation, but she lifted her chin. His words and tone of voice wouldn't stop her. She was completely done with his commanding attitude at the moment. The only thing that mattered was getting to her friend who needed her. Venessa gave Daniel a look of disdain and walked out the door with Jammerkus, not giving a second thought to her actions. Venessa, wait up, Jammerkus called out, panting. Venessa huffed and waited for her friend to catch up. Damn, girl, why are you running? Phew, I think I need to start working out. I think I need an oxygen tank or I might pass out, Jammerkus said, fanning himself dramatically. Venessa rolled her eyes, but smiled at her friend. They were now deep in the woods looking for Sophronia, with no idea where she had gone. In the far-off distance, they heard a twig snap. Both of them turned their heads toward the sound, their senses on high alert. From behind a tree, Sophronia emerged, her eyes puffy and red. Jammerkus and Venessa sighed in relief. They ran toward their best friend and tackled her into a hug, letting her sob quietly in their embrace. After a while, when she had calmed down, they talked about what had happened. Such a jerk, Sophronia muttered. Simultaneously, Jammerkus and Venessa replied. Amen to that. Couldn't agree more. After a moment of silence, they all burst out laughing. Three best friends in the middle of the forest are complaining about their mates. What could be better? After a while, they all got up, ready to head back. Venessa stopped to scrape some mud off her shoes, so Jammerkus and Sophronia went ahead while she stayed behind. A sudden rustling of leaves to the side caught her attention. She stood up and was about to walk when heavy footsteps made her look to the right. She turned just in time to be struck hard in the temple. Everything slowly started to black out, and Venessa collapsed onto the forest floor with a soft thud. Her head lolled to the side. Everything was spinning. In the distance, she heard a shrill scream and someone shouting her name. She completely gave in to the darkness as she felt someone hoist her up and carry her away. Chapter 14. A blurry gray. That was the first thing Venessa saw. She blinked, her sight becoming more focused. A rusty gray roof. She blinked again. Her mind registered a dull throb at the back of her head. Realizing she was sprawled across a hard concrete floor, she carefully leaned up using what little strength she had left. Suddenly, a sharp pain in her head made her hiss. She fell back onto the floor, holding her head with her eyes shut tight. After a while, the pain subsided, and Venessa tried to sit up again, more carefully this time. She looked at her hands and saw they were stained. Confused, she touched her temple, feeling a fresh injury. She looked around the dirty, small gray room. There was a single door. She slowly used the wall next to her to stand up. As she did, the sound of chains caught her attention. She looked down to see her feet in shackles. "Damn it," she muttered softly. They were heavy and made of silver, she realized. If she touched them, they would burn her. Thanks to the thick, high socks she was wearing, her feet were protected from the painful metal. She looked up sharply when she heard heavy, booted footsteps approaching. Venessa pushed herself against the wall and slid down to make it look like she had no strength left. The sound of keys jingling and a lock opening caught her attention. The rusty door was thrown open, revealing a tall silhouette. Venessa squinted against the light coming from the other side. "Look who's finally awake," the man said, his deep voice ringing out across the small room. Venessa kept quiet, watching him from under her lashes. "You know, it was very hard to get my hands on you. But would you look at that, we're here now, aren't we?" he said, chuckling. Venessa maintained her silence. That seemed to agitate him. "Speak," he thundered. Venessa flinched, but still kept quiet. The angry man stepped forward and towered over her. Venessa shut her eyes. He seized her arm with a punishing grip, roughly yanking her forward to force her to look at him. Her cheek numb from the rough handling, Venessa finally took in her captor's features in the dim light. What she saw knocked the breath out of her lungs. The man in front of her bore a striking likeness to her mate. It was like looking at an older version of Daniel. The only difference was that this man's eyes were a dull green, whereas Daniel had one striking forest green eye and one deep sea blue eye. Now up close, he also had a deep scar running from his ear to his cheekbone. "That's it. Take a good look at the father of your mate. I'm going to finish you first, making sure he watches," he spat out. "Then I'm going to finish him right after," he added, a cruel smile on his face. The image of her mate being harmed ignited a fire in Venessa. With all her remaining strength, she lunged upward, driving her knee fiercely into his midsection. Her captor doubled over with a breathless grunt, sinking to his knees. The only thing stopping Venessa from her freedom was the thick silver shackles around her feet. She tried pulling them off, but the metal seared her hands. Tears of frustration slid down her face. She tried kicking them off, but it was too late. He was already back on his feet. Before she could recover, a sudden, brutal shove sent her crashing back against the unforgiving concrete wall. Her vision blurred, and once again, Venessa found herself thrown into darkness. "What do you mean you can't find her anywhere?" Daniel thundered, slamming his hands onto the desk. His eyes were two black pools of fury. His leakin was a hair-breadth away from pushing through. It had been a few hours since Jamarcus and Sophronia had come rushing in to tell Daniel and the others that Venessa was missing. Ever since then, Daniel had been ready to destroy anything in his wake. He couldn't mind-link Venessa. It seemed as if she wasn't even there. Whoever had her had used enough wolfsbane to shut her wolf down completely. That was the worst-case scenario. Daniel had sent out his best warriors and trackers to catch a scent of her. "Daniel, the trackers are back," Nolan said, his face blank and his gray eyes pits of fury. Daniel's jaw ticked, his gaze intense. 3 men walked into the office. "Alpha, we caught the Luna's faint scent toward the northeast side, and it stopped when we got close to the Lunar's pack," the tracker stated. A moment of deafening silence filled the room. "Get your gear on. We're leaving," Daniel said through clenched teeth, his chiseled face a mask of fury. "And Alpha. Whoever did it tried to mask their scent, but we caught a little of it," the other tracker stated. Gavin and Nolan exchanged looks. "Robin Suez Salvatore. We caught his scent," Alpha, the tracker said, gulping audibly. "We are leaving now. Inform the others. Double the patrol on the borders. No one gets in or gets out," Daniel roared. He knocked everything off his desk, his leakin howling in pain and anger over the disappearance of his mate. "Don't worry, Daniel. We will find her. Just stay strong." "Stay strong for her," Nolan said calmly, despite his own anger. They all geared up and left on the hunt to find Venessa. "Don't worry, baby. Just hang in there. Wherever you are, I'm coming and I'm going to find you. I promise," Daniel mind-linked. Even though he knew she was cut off, He hoped she got the message somehow. Daniel set out to get back what was his. Chapter 15. Well, of course, you must know that there have been many before you, and the fact that you're his mate makes no difference whatsoever. You mean nothing to him, Robin said, chuckling cruelly. Venessa sat silently on the concrete floor as her mate's father spoke filth about his own son and mocked their bond. She dug her nails into her palms to keep herself from lashing out. Weakened by the silver chains, fighting back was nearly impossible. A few days had gone by with no sign of Daniel. Slowly, the isolation was chipping away at her hope piece by piece. The constant stretch of days alone in an empty room, surviving on stale bread and dirty water, left her alone with her thoughts and the cruel words from her enemy. She didn't want to believe him, but her resolve was fading. It felt like the end. The physical toll of her captivity was severe, leaving her exhausted and aching, and her wolf was completely silent. Venessa, Venessa, Venessa. The quicker you wrap your head around the fact that he's not coming, the easier it will be for you, sweetheart, he mocked. After days of holding back her emotions, a traitorous tear made its way down her face, but she dared not let her cold facade drop. Finally, he left. In the cold, empty room, without her wolf, Venessa felt as vulnerable as a human. The chilly night air and lack of hydration were getting to her, and a wave of severe sickness washed over her. She blamed her wolf's disappearance, knowing it was taking a heavy toll on her body. "Help me, moon goddess. I can't do this anymore," Venessa whispered. With the last bit of strength left in her, she prayed and slipped into a deep slumber. A ruckus outside woke her up. Shakily, she pulled herself up into a sitting position, wondering what was happening. Deep voices resonated nearby, but her senses were dizzy, and she couldn't focus. Suddenly, the door was thrown open. A bright light flooded in, and a tall silhouette stood in the doorway. She put her hands up to shield her eyes, fearing Robin was finally back to end her for good. Her body shutting down from exhaustion, Venessa slowly started to lose consciousness, her vision swimming. "Venessa," a deep voice shouted, but to her, it sounded muffled. She couldn't identify who it was as she sagged against the wall. Her vision darkened. She felt two large arms wrap around her, then someone tugging on the chains. A dull ache registered in her limbs, but it felt distant. "Daniel, get over here," the voice shouted in a frenzy, worry and desperation clear in their tone. "He put wolfsbane in her system," the voice said. And her last thought before she was swallowed by darkness was, "Who is Daniel?" "Alpha, we caught the scent south," the tracker said, nodding at him. Looking over at his second in command, Daniel inclined his head. Everyone shifted into their wolves. They nipped and snarled, deeply agitated that their Luna had been taken and put in harm's way. They were ready for a fight. Daniel growled and the chase started. 23 wolves followed him, zipping through the forest at full speed, adrenaline pumping as their protective instincts heightened. After a while, they came across a small, secluded building in the middle of nowhere. "Remember what you must do," Daniel mind-linked to the others, who exchanged fierce looks, ready for the battle to begin. They surrounded the structure and stealthily moved in through a window and 2 side doors. They avoided the front entrance, cautious not to catch Robin's attention, knowing he might harm Venessa to save himself. Slowly, they made their way inside. Shifting back into their human forms, they divided into units and searched the building. When they reached a basement door, Nolan tilted his head, getting the others' attention. Crouching down, they prepared to strike. Upon Daniel's signal, Nolan threw the door open and barreled in, the others following suit. To their right stood a man, calmly looking out the single window that let light into the basement. "I was waiting for you." "Took you long enough," Robin sassed, taking out a cigar and placing it between his lips. The wolf snarled at him in disgust and rage, but Daniel kept a cold look on his face. His father, Robin Suez Salvatore, was going to meet his end today, and this time, he was going to stay gone. "Find Venessa," Daniel mind-linked to Nolan. "What do you want, Robin?" Daniel asked, feigning boredom. This served as the distraction Nolan needed to slip away and search for Venessa. Always so straightforward, Robin laughed. I don't have time for your games, Daniel said coldly. Oh, but you'll be interested in what I have to say about your mate, Venessa, Robin said with mock innocence. Daniel growled loudly, and the rest snarled in warning. Robin laughed. See, this is what I'm talking about. Don't worry, she's alive, if that's what you're wondering. Barely, I believe, but not for long. You see, I laced her food with wolfsbane. It's been quite a few days, so he looked down at his watch and shrugged. Well, she should be breathing her last any moment now. And considering the condition I left her in, oops, he mocked, pressing a hand to his mouth in fake dismay. Daniel roared. Shifting midair, he launched himself at Robin, the sheer force of his lichen form driving the older man to the ground. He snarled fiercely, the impact shaking the floorboards as the long-awaited battle for retribution finally began. We need to hurry. We don't know how long she can hold on, Nolan rushed out. He watched his alpha carry their Luna in his arms. She was unconscious and terrifyingly pale, the cruel, lingering marks of the silver chains standing out starkly against her skin. Daniel sprinted across the forest, running as fast as he could. His heart had been pounding against his ribs from the second he saw the fragile state of his mate. Venessa, please hang in there. Just a little more, baby, he whispered. His voice was full of fear and worry as he held her small frame closer to his chest and pushed himself to run even faster. Chapter 16. Are you kidding me? It's been an entire month, a deep voice thundered. Seconds later, the sound of glass breaking reverberated across the silent room. The air was tense, filled with ragged breathing. After a few moments, there were footsteps, followed by the sound of a door being slammed shut. It was dark. She couldn't feel her body. She was trying to open her eyes, but they refused to cooperate. After a long, hard struggle, Venessa managed to open them, finding herself in an empty hospital room. No one was there. They had left. Before she could make a sound, she drifted back into unconsciousness. Heated with rage and restlessness, Daniel skimmed through piles and piles of paperwork in his office. His dark locks were disheveled, and stubble was growing on his strong jaw. His body was tense, his shoulders rigid. It had been a month since Venessa was taken. Right after she had been rushed to the hospital, the pack doctor said it was too late. The wolfsbane had already spread throughout her body. They didn't think she would make it. Hearing that he was going to lose his mate, the alpha had threatened the doctor, demanding he find a way to help her heal. After days of uncertainty and constant rushing back and forth, they managed to flush a significant amount of wolfsbane from Venessa's system. But in the middle of it all, she suffered a severe reaction. Her body was ready to shut down for good. In the midst of the panic and the fear of losing their Luna, the pack doctor told the alpha to give Venessa his blood. Since her wolf wasn't there to heal her, and with all the wolfsbane in her system, she didn't stand a chance otherwise. Daniel quickly bit into his wrist, his canines extending, and pressed it to Venessa's mouth while gently holding down her thrashing body. He urged her to drink. Since he was a lichen and an alpha, his blood was strong enough to stabilize her. From that day on, they used his blood to help her heal. Daniel rubbed his face in exhaustion. He missed her. He just wanted her back. The thought of losing her made his lichen go crazy. You know, if you glare at those papers a while longer, they might catch fire, a voice teased from the doorway. Daniel looked up to see Aristotle leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed. What is it? Daniel grumbled, looking back at the papers. You just seem so tense, Daniel. I just wanted to talk, she said, walking toward him. You will address me as Alpha, and your presence is not needed, Daniel said coldly. Aristotle pouted and stood in front of his chair. Daniel, don't be mean. Have you forgotten all those times you'd call me at night wanting me? She started, moving to step closer to him. All those times I've screamed out your name. She was cut off by a loud, ferocious growl. Daniel stood to his full height, his eyes turning dark. His lichen was taking over. Just the thought of anyone other than his mate made him snap. If you ever come near me again, I'll end you, Daniel hissed in rage, his eyes now completely black. Nolan and Gaben, who were walking toward the office, witnessed a sobbing and trembling Aristotle leave the Alpha's office. Startled, they looked at each other and hurried in. Daniel had his hip perched against the dark mahogany desk as he looked out the window. His shoulders were taut, and the air was tense. "Daniel, what happened?" Nolan asked cautiously. The Alpha scoffed. "She tried to approach me. The last time she tried, Venessa almost destroyed her, and this time I almost did. Had Venessa been here, he stopped." An eerie silence settled in the office. The Beta and Gamma looked at each other. They both knew their Alpha missed their Luna terribly. "Daniel, we know it's hard right now, but keep the faith for her. She needs you," and Gaben was cut off when his eyes glazed over. Someone was mind-linking him. Daniel turned around and placed his hands on the desk, a frown on his face. Gaben blinked and swallowed hard. "It's Venessa. She's awake." Without a second to waste, Daniel was out the door and making his way toward the Pack Hospital. He rushed into her room and found doctors and nurses surrounding her. She sat calmly with her hands folded in her lap. The bruises on her face were gone, leaving only a bandage wrapped around her head from her injury. Venessa looked his way and blinked. No one moved. "Venessa," Daniel called out softly, afraid to startle her. The doctors took that as their cue to leave. She still didn't move, she just stared at him. "Baby, say something." "I missed you so much," Daniel said, sitting next to her on the bed and gently taking her small hands in his large, rough ones. Venessa was confused. "Who is this man?" "Who are you?" she asked, tilting her head to the side. Daniel didn't bat an eye. "Sweetheart, do you not remember who I am?" he asked calmly, keeping his fear that she might have forgotten him firmly under control. "No." Daniel was quiet and only nodded his head. After a few moments of tense silence, he spoke up. "Venessa, I'm your mate." "Daniel." "Daniel," she said, testing his name. He loved the way it rolled off her tongue. "Yes." "We're mates?" she asked. "Yes, we are." "Oh," was her only reply. "Do you remember anything?" he asked, frowning. "I'm not so sure. I tried to remember, but my head hurts when I do," she said, wincing slightly. Venessa was dumbstruck by how at ease she felt with this tall, dark, and handsome man who was apparently her mate. "Hey, it's okay. Just don't tire yourself out." "But can you try remembering the last thing that happened?" he asked, trying to make her feel comfortable and not pressured. "The last thing I remember is being in a gas station," she said. Daniel bit his lower lip and nodded thoughtfully. Venessa then assessed him. He was tall and broad, with a muscular build. Tattoos covered his arms, and his face was ruggedly handsome. He was beautiful, a sight for sore eyes. His entire being screamed power and strength. "Why can't I feel my wolf?" Venessa asked quietly. Chapter 17. "Yes, Alpha, she is now better. Just make sure she takes the medicines I've prescribed for her and that she eats a healthy diet with plenty of protein," the Pack doctor said to Daniel. "And a word of caution, Alpha. Our Luna is as vulnerable as a human without her wolf. She needs extra care." "And what about her head injury?" Daniel asked, keeping his voice emotionless and his face blank. "It's hard to say at the moment. Her memories might come back, or they might not. Since a trigger is needed to make her remember, try doing activities with her that you used to do. It might work, but there is no guarantee," he said cautiously. Daniel growled lowly. He wanted Venessa to get her memories back as soon as possible. In the hospital room, Jamarcus and Sophronia were helping Venessa get ready to leave for the house. They had introduced themselves as her friends, and she felt comfortable around them. "Hey, can I ask you guys something?" Venessa said. Jamarcus and Sophronia looked at each other and nodded. "I asked Daniel where my wolf was, and he said she was gone, but only for now. Do you know when she might be coming back?" Venessa asked, her voice dropping to a choked whisper. Tears gathered in her eyes. She felt empty and alone without her wolf to complete her as a whole. Jamarcus and Sophronia sat on either side of Venessa on the hospital bed and consoled her. "Venessa, you are our Luna. Daniel is an Alpha and a Leakin." His Leakin is already searching for your wolf. As for you, keep calling out to her, pray to the moon goddess, and soon you will have her back. Don't stress out, okay? If you need anything, Sophronia and I are here. We are all family, and family sticks together, remember. Jamarcus said, his voice thick with emotion. Sophronia's eyes also watered. Venessa was like a sister to them now, and seeing her so lost and confused tore at their hearts. The three enveloped each other in a tight group hug and cried silently. That was exactly how their mates found them. Sophronia? Nolan asked. Are you three always crying? Gavin questioned. Venessa, what happened? The last voice was Daniel, who was by Venessa's side in a flash. He pulled her gently against his chest, wiping a few tears from her face with his thumb. He cradled her face in his hands, searching for any signs of pain, worry etched across his handsome features. Venessa giggled lightly at his concern, and Daniel found a smile tugging at his lips at the sound. Beautiful, he thought. Are you ready to leave? Daniel asked quietly, wanting his mate and his mate alone to see this soft side of him. Venessa nodded. Daniel clasped her hand in his large one and led her to the car, where they headed back home. When they arrived, Venessa was in awe of the large mansion's beauty. It was stunning. She stood in the foyer, examining everything. This is your home? She asked. No, this is just my house, he replied. He clasped his hands behind his back, the white tee he wore stretching tightly across the broad expanse of his chest and shoulders. Venessa shook her head. What is wrong with me? She thought. You live here alone, she asked again. Daniel nodded. An emotion flashed in his eyes that Venessa couldn't quite catch before it disappeared. Come, I'll show you around if you're not tired, Daniel said, walking into the living room. Yes, please. I'd like to look around. Daniel showed Venessa the house, familiarizing her with the main areas like the living room, the kitchen, his office, and the dining room. And this is your room, he said as they finally came to the end of the tour. Venessa peeked her head through the door. The room was simple yet stunning. Thank you, she said, smiling up at him. Anytime, sweetheart, he whispered roughly. He bent down and placed a firm kiss on her forehead. The room next to yours is mine, so if you need anything. Venessa nodded and entered the room. She looked around for a while. There were clothes hung in the wardrobe, half-empty shampoo bottles in the bathroom, and other personal items. I must have been using them before I forgot, she thought. She drew herself a nice, warm bubble bath, stepped out of her clothes, and sank into the tub, letting out a deep, relaxed sigh of contentment. The exhaustion and the warm water quickly got to her, and without realizing it, she drifted off to sleep. It was past 4, and Venessa had still not come out of her room. Confused, Daniel knocked on her door. When he received no reply, worry set in, and he used the master key to open it. Dead silence filled the room. Hastily, Daniel ran into the bathroom, only to find his Luna asleep in the bathtub. He hurried over to her. The once warm water was now freezing, and so was her body. Acutely aware that she was as fragile as a human right now, he cursed under his breath. He grabbed a large, fluffy towel and gently lifted her out, keeping his gaze respectfully fixed on her face as he wrapped her securely. Waking from her deep slumber, Venessa fluttered her eyes open to find herself being held in thick, muscled arms, a towel wrapped around her. She looked up to see Daniel clenching and unclenching his jaw. Sensing his little mate's eyes on him, he looked down. Her big doe eyes regarded him with sleepy curiosity. She looked like a little kitten. But he was angry. I'll get you some clothes. Change, he said gruffly. He walked into her dressing room and picked out an oversized shirt and a pair of leggings. Venessa sensed the tension. Clutching the towel to herself, she went into the dressing room and changed silently. Daniel sat on the edge of her bed, his arms resting on his knees, his tall, masculine frame entirely tense. After changing, she stepped out and looked at him, twisting her fingers nervously. Is something wrong? She asked cautiously. His jaw ticked, and he raised stormy eyes to meet her nervous ones. You know you could have worsened your condition and gotten yourself sick, right? He said through clenched teeth. Venessa looked down at the floor, knowing she had been careless. He was already so worried, and she could have easily gotten sick or even drowned. She heard heavy footsteps and then felt him grab her chin gently but firmly. I want you to look at me when I'm talking to you, sweetheart, he said. She bit her lip and looked up into his beautiful eyes. The green was a vibrant shade against the dimness of the room, and the blue reminded her of glaciers dissolving into deep oceans. Daniel, I'm sorry, she started, but was cut off when he growled lowly. A look of intense desire filled his eyes as he looked at what was his. He had been telling himself to hold back and take it slow, but he couldn't anymore. To hell with it, he whispered roughly, crashing his lips onto her soft ones. Chapter 18. So in a way, it's your first kiss, Jammerkus said as he helped Venessa organize her closet. Sophronia sat on the bed, one leg crossed over the other, her skirt riding up slightly to reveal her long, model-like legs. Venessa stood in a towel, her hair still dripping. In a way, Venessa mumbled, recalling how gently but firmly Daniel had kissed her. It was as if a starved man had finally been allowed sustenance after an eternity of waiting. The truth was, Venessa felt incredibly shy around him now. Girl, you better call me when things escalate, Jammerkus said sassily, popping his hip out. Venessa changed into a pair of gray sweats and a fitted white shirt. Since their mates were out for a pack meeting, the three of them decided to be productive and bake some brownies and cookies. They blasted Post Malone in the kitchen, trying to get Venessa to loosen up. They also hoped it might trigger a memory, since he was her favorite artist. You probably think that you're better now. Sophronia and Jammerkus sang at the top of their lungs as they mixed the batter. Venessa swayed her hips to the beat. You only say that 'cause I'm not around. You know I never meant to let you down. Venessa sang the lyrics softly, without even realizing it. Initially, only Sophronia and Jammerkus had been singing since Venessa didn't remember the song, but the words had slipped out naturally. Sophronia and Jammerkus stopped short, froze, and looked at each other with wide eyes and dropped jaws. Unaware, Venessa silently hummed the rest of the song and then scooped the batter into the dish. Venessa? Jammerkus and Sophronia exclaimed as they tackled their confused Luna into a massive hug. OMG, you remembered the song. You remembered it. They both squealed, jumping and prancing around the kitchen in sheer excitement. That was when she realized she had sung a song she supposedly didn't know. She had remembered something from her past. A bright smile graced her lips as they all laughed loudly and embraced each other. It was a moment of true bliss and real friendship that made everything feel so much better. They were family, and they were genuinely thrilled for her. Even though only a small fragment of her memory had returned, Venessa felt complete knowing she had a family who cared for her so deeply. They sat on the kitchen counter, waiting for the cookies and brownies to bake, gossiping and talking about nothing and everything. Late in the afternoon, their mates returned to find them sprawled across the sofas in the living room, their hands resting over their stomachs and their faces pale. Empty dishes littered the table in front of them, and Lucifer played on the TV. What on earth, Nolan started, but was cut off when Jammerkus let out a loud groan, rolled over, and fell onto the floor with a thud. This is all her fault, Jammerkus slurred, sluggishly pointing at Venessa. Offended, Venessa used what little strength she had left to sit up groggily and scowl. Me? Nah. Sophronia was the one who said, let's have a competition to see who can finish the most cookies and brownies, and Venessa stopped short, pressing her fist to her mouth as her cheeks puffed out. She felt sick. The alpha, along with his gamma and beta, stood shell-shocked. Their mates had clearly eaten far too many sweets and were now paying the price. I swear I'm going to end you both, Sophronia threatened weakly, fixing her disheveled hair. Jammerkus and Venessa scowled at her but said nothing. Gaben gave Jammerkus a pointed look. Jammerkus rolled his eyes, grabbed his things, and tucked his hand into his mate's as they walked out of the mansion. Nolan mumbled something under his breath, picked his mate up like a sack of potatoes, and slung her over his shoulder. He walked away with a very low-energy Sophronia dangling behind him. Daniel went up to Venessa, gently picked her up bridal style, and carried her up to her room. He set her on the bed and went back down to get her some medicine to settle her stomach. When he returned, she shook her head and scrunched her nose at the foul smell. But Daniel wasn't having it. He pressed her gently to his chest, holding her firmly but carefully, and made sure she took the medicine. Daniel sat on the edge of the bed while Venessa lay down, her eyes droopy and her limbs sprawled out. Suddenly, she let out a giggle. Daniel turned around to look at her, confused as to what she found funny. "What's got you laughing, baby?" he asked. She let out another adorable giggle, looking completely intoxicated by the sugar crush. "Remember when I first stumbled into your pack? Your patrol guys were so dumb, I even kicked one of them." Venessa exclaimed, laughing profusely as she held her stomach and rolled to the side. Daniel froze. "Oh, Daniel, it was so funny." The look on his face. She cut off again because she couldn't stop laughing. Daniel felt like he was in a haze. She remembered? Had her memory come back? Venessa, look at me. How do you remember that? Daniel asked firmly. He grasped her waist and pulled her closer, while she sluggishly sat by his side, still giggling. "I just do." "Why don't you?" she asked, once again dissolving into gales of mirth. She grabbed Daniel's arm and shook it back and forth, laughing uncontrollably. "Venessa, answer me," Daniel growled lowly, his patience thinning. "Oh, your eyes get shiny. Hey, did you know I love both your eye colors? Like, the green is so beautiful and the blue is just stunning. Is it possible for you to give me some color from your eyes? Because mine are just a plain brown," Venessa whined. She pouted up at him, her eyes dilated. Damn, Daniel thought. She was on a massive sugar high. "Venessa, listen to me. You." Daniel was cut off when Venessa yawned and rested her head on the pillow behind her. The second her head hit the pillow, she was out like a light. Daniel stood there, mouth gaping. What just happened? Did she get her memories back? What was going on? These thoughts raced through the alpha's mind as he pulled the covers over his adorable little mate, leaned down to press a soft kiss to her lips, and left the room to find out what exactly he had just witnessed. Chapter 19. Venessa woke up to the sun glinting through the windows. Lazily, she opened one eye while yawning and rubbing the other. Stretching lightly, she felt like she had been run over by a truck. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The packhouse cook, Ellsworth, a wonderful lady in her 50s, peeked in and smiled warmly at Venessa. "Good morning, darling. How are you feeling?" she asked, patting Vanessa's cheek in a motherly way. "I'm good, Ellsworth, thank you," Venessa said, smiling. "Well, darling, go freshen up and get ready. I've cooked breakfast for you." "Come down before it gets cold," Ellsworth said. "Where's Daniel?" Venessa asked. "Oh, the alpha had some meetings to attend to. He told me to make you breakfast and make sure you eat it to help with your disposition from last night," Ellsworth said, walking out of the room. Venessa freshened up and put on blue shorts and a soft yellow tee. She ate her breakfast and went to grab a book, settling into the living room with a warm mug of green tea. She felt a little sad that she wasn't able to see Daniel this morning. She also felt an incoming headache, which she ignored, turning back to her book. "No. How's that possible?" Daniel asked. He stood in the pack meeting room with the elders and the pack doctor, his forearms braced on the large mahogany table. "You're leaking, Alpha, it's powerful. Its call is potent on its own, and a call to its own mate would be like a siren song. Her wolf surfaced last night. We've only seen one case like this before, and it was considered a myth, only read about in books," the elder said. "Alpha, I don't think." "What was in the books?" Daniel demanded through clenched teeth. "Your Leakin is calling to her wolf. We don't think she's healed enough to withstand the sudden return of her wolf," the pack doctor explained. "Last night, as you said, she remembered something. That means her wolf surfaced briefly. Now, your Leakin's call is stronger, and wherever her wolf is, she's going to come running back. Her presence would be like a tidal wave crashing over Venessa." I don't think she can take the sudden burden of her wolf's reappearance, especially since she's not entirely healed, Alpha. What's the worst that could happen? Nolan asked darkly, looking at the pack doctor, who swallowed audibly and pulled at the collar of his shirt. You see, Beta Nolan it. Spit it out, Gaben growled impatiently. It could be fatal, the pack doctor let out in a choked voice. The heavy, tense silence that filled the room was deafening. How long? Daniel asked through clenched teeth, his eyes darkening with rage. How long before what? The elders asked. How long before her wolf comes back? Daniel growled, slamming his fists against the table, making even the strongest warriors flinch. That's the thing, Alpha. It could be any time. Now that she's surfaced, we never know when her wolf will fully return. It could be today, tomorrow, or maybe even a year from now, the pack doctor said. If it does happen, how do we lessen the impact of her wolf's presence so her body can withstand it? Daniel asked emotionlessly. The sweating pack doctor unbuttoned the top button of his dress shirt and took off his glasses, a grave look on his face. You'll need a miracle, Alpha, he said. Hearing this, Daniel's Leakin was ready to rage. He needed Venessa. He stood up angrily and stormed out of the pack room, leaving everyone distressed and deeply worried for their Luna. It was around 4 when Daniel walked through the front door. The house was completely silent. Confused, he walked up to her room, only to find it empty. He went down to the living room and still saw no signs of her. Slightly fearful, he quickly started checking everywhere. He walked into his room to change into joggers before going out to search for her, only to see her sleeping peacefully on his bed, a book beside her. Sighing in relief, he walked toward her. He slowly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She stirred a bit and then opened her eyes to see her mate. A bright smile graced her rosy lips, and he chuckled at her happy state, his Leakin prideful that she was so pleased to see him. Hey, baby. Hi, she said back shyly. So, raiding my bed? Huh, he teased. Venessa blushed deeply and hid her face in the pillow, eliciting a deep, throaty laugh from Daniel. He pulled her by the waist, drawing her up against his chest. I missed you, she whispered softly, her head on his chest and her arms around his neck. Because she was kneeling on the bed and he was standing on the floor, they were perfectly level. With his arms around her waist, he kissed her forehead and said nothing. After dinner, they sat in the kitchen, talking about pack matters. Daniel actively tried to avoid the question of when she would be fully healed, even as she asked him over and over. She didn't need to know the risks. Daniel, stop avoiding the question and tell me what the doctor said. How long before I fully heal, and how? She asked persistently. He clenched his jaw and said nothing. Daniel, I asked you a quest. Damn it, Venessa, can you let it go? I said I don't know, he said loudly, making her jump. Breathing heavily, angry at himself for losing control and scaring her, he got up and left the kitchen before he said something he didn't mean. He knew Venessa well enough to know she would do anything to get her wolf back, even if it meant risking her life. That was a risk he was absolutely not willing to take. He couldn't lose her. She meant too much to him. As she watched him storm out of the kitchen, she stood frozen in place. He had never raised his voice at her since she lost her memories. She felt an ache in her chest as angry tears filled her eyes and spilled over. She brushed them away and started putting the dishes away, her lower lip trembling. She wasn't used to this side of him. She had only seen his soft side since waking up in the hospital room. This anger was new to her, and she couldn't accept it. His words hurt her, and his tone made her resolve crack. She sat on the marble floor near the kitchen island and cried. Hot tears ran down her face as she sniffled and curled into a ball, resting her head on her knees. After a while, she stopped crying, but once again, a headache was forming. It was much stronger than the last one she had taken painkillers for. Shakily, she stood up to head to the living room. Halfway there, a sharp pain sliced through her. She felt as if someone had slammed a rock against her head, and her knees buckled. Holding her head in her hands, she slowly started walking again when another wave of agony hit her, this time forcing her to the ground. She fell to her knees, a loud groan escaping her lips. Daniel," she called out, choking on the pain. Another, even stronger wave hit her. This time, she screamed, "Daniel!" As she collapsed sideways onto the ground, her vision went dark. It felt like a hammer was being taken to her skull. An ear-deafening scream pierced the air as she felt like this might be the end. Daniel was just walking back to the house when he heard her blood-curdling scream. He sprinted toward the house and barreled through the door, only to see Venessa on the ground, curled up, clutching her head and screaming in agony. "Venessa," he thundered, quickly dropping to her side. Her eyes were squeezed shut as she pulled at her hair from the sheer pain. "Venessa, stop," he pleaded, but it was as if she didn't even know he was there. Daniel scooped her up and ran out of the house. Venessa started shaking in his arms, her screams filling the night air as he ran with all his might toward the pack hospital. It brought back a terrifying nostalgia of carrying her out of that warehouse. He prayed the outcome wouldn't be the same, but deep down, he knew this could be far worse given her current condition. Chapter 20. Attach the oxygen mask. Install 2-4 bags. Heartbeat monitor fluctuating. "Luna, stay with us." A rush of voices was heard, but a muscle didn't move. She lay still on the hospital bed once again, wanting to blink and move, but her body didn't allow it. Her wolf was back. She felt it. Her memories were back too, and she felt as if she was floating in an abyss, her body numb and cold. Yet someone was calling out to her. Her mate's Leakin was beckoning her to regain consciousness, to come back to him, and she heard the call like a siren. Mustering all of her energy, she twitched her eyes. Her body wanted to shut down, but her wolf was pushing through, needing her mate. "Daniel," she spoke, but her voice came out hoarse. In a flash, her hand was enveloped in a large, rough one. Sparks ignited, and she heard the fast beeping of a monitor tracking her heartbeat. It was as if someone was giving her strength. Her wolf was drawn out by the touch of her mate. Daniel watched Venessa's body twitch a bit, the doctors right beside them waiting. Her eyes snapped open, glowing eyes, not her warm brown orbs. Her wolf was out. In a flash, she jerked upright in bed and scanned her surroundings. The minute her eyes landed on Daniel, a smile graced her lips and she tried getting out of bed. Despite Kaya having taken over, there still wasn't enough energy in her body to move properly. "Easy there, sweetheart," Daniel said, gently making Venessa sit back on the bed. With one nod at the doctors, they were gone. "Daniel," Kaya called out, her eyes aglow and her voice slightly deeper than Venessa's. "Yes, love." "Enzo?" Kaya asked, tilting her bandaged head to the side. His chest rumbled with laughter at her endearing gesture. "Not now, love. But after Venessa is better, then yes." "Can you give Venessa control now?" Daniel asked. After a moment's hesitation, Kaya nodded and closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she opened them again. Daniel was greeted with familiar, doe-brown eyes. "Venessa," he called out, unsure of what state she was in. Venessa blinked and looked up at her beautiful mate, who was looking down at her with concern etched across his chiseled features. "Baby, why don't you lie down?" he said, gently pushing her back onto the bed. Venessa shook her head vigorously, unable to find her voice. Tears filled her eyes as she held onto her mate's strong arms, pulling him down and raising her head to place her lips on his. Daniel froze for a split second, caught off guard, but soon started to move his lips against hers, savoring their softness. She fitted the contours of her mouth to his, gripping onto him as he traced the seam of her lips. She met his kiss deeply, pouring all her emotions into the connection before pulling back. Breathing heavily, their hearts thundered. He leaned back in and kissed her lips again, then her forehead. A soft smile played on her lips. "I missed you," he whispered to her achingly. With tears in her eyes, she looked up at her forever and smiled, placing her hand against his cheek. "I missed you more. As for now, everything seems okay. But if something comes up, come to me immediately," the pack doctor said, shuffling the papers in his hand into a neat pile. He smiled at his slightly pale Luna, who gave him a weak smile in return. They set off for home with a diet plan to get Venessa's body healthy, along with some medicines so she could heal quickly. Daniel, I can walk just fine, Venessa whined as Daniel insisted on carrying her. This is not up for discussion, he said, holding her closer to himself. I'm not a baby, Venessa said, scowling at him in an adorable manner. Laughing at her antics, he leaned down to press a kiss to the tip of her nose. No, you're not. But you're my Luna, which makes you my responsibility, he said, carrying her up the staircase toward his room. Hey, this is your room. Venessa was cut off when she saw that his room had been completely redone. It looked more like their room than his. What? Our room, he corrected. Venessa looked at him warily, but he shook his head. Doctor's orders, sweetheart. I can't let you out of my sight, definitely not at night, and he was about to say something else, but stopped. And what? Venessa urged. He sighed and sat on the edge of their bed, gently pulling her into his lap. Venessa, I haven't been the mate you deserve, or anything close to it, for that matter. I know it took me a long time to understand that, but he paused, his voice softening. Baby, I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you, until my last breath. You mean everything to me, Venessa. Daniel, Shoot, darling, let me finish. If you'll have me, I want to have forever with you. Let me love you and treat you like my everything. Down the line, we will have a family together. You'll be by my side forever, and I'll give you everything you can imagine. I love you, Venessa. Her breath caught in her throat from the raw emotion in his voice. His barriers were down. He was just Daniel now. Not a feared Leakin, not an alpha. He was just her Daniel. I love you more, Daniel. His eyes softened further, and he pulled her close, cradling her against his chest. He rested his chin on her head, pressing a kiss into her hair, just feeling her in his arms, surrounded by her warmth and her scent. This was the start of their forever. Chapter 21. I don't know, she was freaking out. She wouldn't tell me over the phone. She said nothing at all? Not a word, but her voice was shaking. Something is very wrong with her, Venessa, I'm telling you. Jammerkus exclaimed. Venessa and Jammerkus got into the car to drive over to Sophronia's place after receiving a distressing call, where she was sobbing but wouldn't state what was wrong. Goddess, help us, Venessa mumbled, deeply worried for her friend. After a car ride filled with tense silence, the two friends reached Sophronia's house. They sprinted out of the car and toward the main door, Jammerkus practically barreling through it. They went inside to find the house in disarray. The heavy wooden dresser in the hallway was cracked, and a mirror was shattered into pieces. Intense worry kicked in as they picked up her scent. She was in her room upstairs. They ran upstairs and burst into her room to see Sophronia curled into a ball on her bed, sobbing. Sophronia, they both exclaimed, pulling their friend into a tight hug. She held onto them desperately. Her baby blue eyes were bloodshot, and her face was red. The poor girl looked absolutely broken. After she calmed down, they gently pushed her to explain what had happened. Sophronia silently got up and went to her dressing table. She opened a drawer and took out 3 plastic sticks and a folded paper from an open present. What they saw made them gasp loudly and look at each other with wide eyes. Wait, what? Jammerkus whispered, bewildered. Sophronia, have you double-checked? Venessa asked, trying to remain calm. Sophronia nodded. Yeah, I even went to the pack doctor and it's confirmed. I'm pregnant. Sophronia, why on earth are you sad and crying? Have you lost your mind? This is amazing news. Go tell Nolan right now, Jammerkus said. Upon hearing that, Sophronia started crying again. For goodness sake, Sophronia, what's wrong? Jammerkus asked. It's Nolan. I told him. I surprised him that I'm pregnant and his wolf completely lost control, Sophronia cried out, as large tears started rolling down her face. The sheer force of his panic shattered the glass before he bolted and left the house. He hasn't been back since this morning, and it's 5 now. Jammerkus and Venessa were in disbelief. What? Venessa breathed, unable to believe he would leave his mate in such a distressed state after hearing she was pregnant, especially when she needed even more care. Nolan had always been so gentle with Sophronia. What had happened now? She looked at Jammerkus, who was comforting Sophronia with the exact same expression of shock on his face. This wasn't like Nolan at all. Nodding at Jammerkus, Venessa moved out of the room to call Daniel and ask him to track down Nolan. Right on the second ring, Daniel picked up the phone, his deep baritone humming through the speaker. "Hey, baby." "Hi," Venessa said. Instantly knowing something was wrong, he asked, "What is it?" "It's Sophronia. Do you know where Nolan is?" "Baby, give him space." "There's a lot you don't know," Daniel sighed as the sound of paper shuffling came through the line. "Daniel, what are you talking about?" "Sophronia is in such a fragile state. She doesn't need this nonsense, and definitely not from her own mate." Venessa exclaimed, feeling agitated over the entire situation. "Calm down, sweetheart. I'll talk to him," he promised gently. Venessa sighed and mumbled an okay as she bid him goodbye. She put the phone down, biting her lip, wondering what to do next. Returning to the room, Venessa pulled Sophronia into a tight hug. They decided to spend the day at Daniel's mansion. The environment in Sophronia's house was so morbid, with the shattered glass and heavy tension, that it was hard to breathe. Packing some nightwear, the three friends got into the car. They decided to freshen up and stop at Jammerkus's place, then head out for ice cream. "Goddess, I want ice cream right now," Sophronia complained. She looked much fresher after taking a shower and changing. Now they could clearly see her pregnancy glow. After picking up some things from Jammerkus's house, they drove to a nearby ice cream shop. After Sophronia devoured 5 scoops of different flavors, they headed home, stopping at a gas station because she suddenly wanted peanut butter and pickles. When Jammerkus questioned the unusual combination, the pregnant woman started crying, accusing them of calling her fat. A horrified Jammerkus tried to console Sophronia, assuring her that wasn't what he meant at all. After gathering snacks for the night, they headed home. Just as they parked the car in the garage, the main door of the house opened. Daniel, Gaben, and Nolan stepped out. They were all wearing formal attire, and a deep frown was etched on Nolan's face. The minute the girls and Jammerkus stepped out of the car, Nolan tilted his head up, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. His eyes snapped open and locked onto Sophronia's wide, fearful blue ones. His gaze instantly softened. A tense silence settled over the group. "Jammerkus, I want to go back," Sophronia whispered, her hand resting protectively over her very small baby bump, her other hand fisting the door lock on the car. Nolan saw her protective mother's stance and started walking toward her. Sophronia immediately went on alert and moved back. Hurt flashed in Nolan's silver-gray eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "Sophronia, please. Come here," Nolan repeated, a raw, desperate edge bleeding into his tone. She clutched the hem of her sundress as if ready to bolt. She shook her head wildly and whispered, "No." Her lips started trembling, and tears formed in her eyes. She shook her head again, choking on the word as she refused. Nolan took a heavy step forward, his hand reaching out to bridge the gap, but Venessa immediately stepped between them, her eyes glaring daggers. "Beta, I believe she said no twice," Venessa said, her voice icy cold. Kaya was triggered. "Step aside." "This is our matter," Nolan said coldly, not taking his eyes off Sophronia. "No, stay away from me. If this was our matter, you shouldn't have stormed out on me in the first place after losing control and acting like a complete monster." Sophronia screamed. Tears streamed down her beautiful face as she regarded her mate with furious yet heartbroken eyes. "Everyone, come inside right now," Daniel thundered. It was a direct command. The Alpha had spoken, and everyone was obligated to obey. With Jammerkus and Venessa on either side of her, Sophronia headed inside. They all settled in the living room, the 3 friends sitting across from their mates. Sophronia was the first to speak. Chapter 22. "It would be better if Sophronia and Nolan talk about this alone," Daniel said, his eyes giving a knowing look to Nolan. Nolan's jaw ticked all the while as he stared at his mate, who was wringing her fingers together out of nervousness, not looking up at him. No, I don't want to talk to him alone. Had he been civil, he would have sorted everything out with me then. He took it to this level. If he has something to say, he can say it right now, Sophronia said, trying to look brave. She silently shook under her mate's penetrating gaze as he gave her a "we shouldn't do this here" look. Sophronia, baby, it'll be better if we talk about this alone, Nolan stated. This time, he spoke gently, his gray eyes now assuring, but Sophronia, stubborn as always, refused her mate's request and looked the other way. You want to know why I did what I did? Now it was Nolan's turn to lose his temper as his handsome face turned dark and his eyes became cold. You want to know why I didn't want you pregnant? Because my mother died giving birth to me. I watched my father succumb to the darkness of losing his mate, the pain he went through, and I know this may be selfish, but Sophronia, I will not live without you. I don't care if it's at the cost of our own child. I'd rather not have a child than lose you, he roared as he got up in a rage, clenching his fists to stop himself from turning, his eyes thunderous. Sophronia started sobbing. Venessa and Jammerkus held on to her, frightened by Nolan's state, while Daniel and Gaben tried to hold him back. Venessa, leave now, Daniel thundered. Venessa tried to pull Sophronia up, but she shook her head, silently telling them to go. She slowly got up and walked towards Nolan, who was held down by Daniel and Gaben. Sophronia, don't. Gaben warned, not wanting her fragile state to be put in any harm. She gave him a trembling smile and indicated for them to leave. Sophronia, I don't think, Daniel started, but got cut off by Sophronia, who gently held Nolan's handsome face between her delicate hands. They took the signal and left, leaving them alone in the living room. He growled loudly, and she jumped back in surprise. Nolan, Sophronia called out softly, looking at the tense, tall man in front of her, who had his face turned to the other side, breathing heavily. Baby, please look at me, she begged as she slowly started walking towards him. His jaw ticked, yet he didn't move. She stood in front of his rigid form. Achingly slow, she stood on her toes and wrapped her arms gently around his neck, pulling him to her for a hug. The fact that a delicate person like Sophronia was treating someone as strong as Nolan with such gentleness and care pained him. Despite everything, she treated him with such love. He breathed in deeply and gently put his arms around her waist, pulling her closer to himself, but he hesitated. He didn't want to hurt the baby. As if Sophronia read his mind, she giggled at him and shook her head. Taking his large hand, she placed it on her very small baby bump and looked at Nolan with blue eyes wide with wonder. Nolan stood there in awe, and everything started sinking in. He was going to be a father. I'm so sorry, he choked out, his gray eyes filled with pain. Sophronia shook her head and smiled, standing on her toes to reach his tall height as she placed a soft kiss on his lips. It was one he was eager to return, but Sophronia placed her hands on his chest. Nolan, I want you to know something. Just because there was an incident that happened in the past doesn't mean it will happen again, and I wish you had told me sooner. Sophronia, I wanted to tell you, but I feared you would reject or leave me. You've always talked about us having pups of our own, but how could I tell you I didn't want to have any with this constant fear that I might lose you? Nolan said. She gently pushed a few locks of hair back from his forehead and looked into his eyes, assuring him, I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here, I promise you that. I need you to trust me, Nolan, and let go of the past. You are not the reason your mother passed away. I can see you blame yourself for it, but it's the will of the moon goddess. You can't blame yourself for something that you can't control, my love. Nolan realized this was going to be a long pregnancy. He had to come to terms with the fact that things were going to be okay, and he had to stop overthinking it. Nolan nodded his head, all the while thinking about how lucky he was to have a mate like Sophronia, made for him, to spend their lives together. You know you're my everything, right? He asked. With so much aching emotion in his voice, Sophronia felt tears fill her eyes. She gave him a teary smile and teased, Why, Beta Nolan, you're too cheesy. Only for you, babe, he teased back with a wink. He dipped his head down to capture her lips. Just as he was about to, the door was thrown open. Jammerkus and Venessa stood there panting, eyes wide. Behind them, Gaben groaned and Daniel rolled his eyes. "Babe, I told you they were okay," Gaben scolded. Jammerkus gave him a guilty smile and looked back at the beta and his mate. "Wait, so everything is okay?" Venessa asked hesitantly. Daniel came up behind her and pulled her to himself by her waist, whispering something into her ear that made her blush gorgeously as she lightly elbowed him in the ribs. "Daniel," she hissed as the alpha smirked at her. "Get a room, you two." "Ugh," Jammerkus muttered. "Can we have dinner first, please?" "You guys can fight later. I'm hungry," Sophronia whined as Nolan had his arms protectively around her waist. Everyone chuckled, realizing Sophronia would be a hungry she-wolf all the time, and, before her pregnancy temper kicked in, they better get her some food quick. Chuckling, they all left the living room to start preparing some dinner. It ended with Sophronia giving her mate a scolding because he took fries from her plate, as Sophronia oh so nicely stated. "Beta Nolan, I am the mother of your child. I am now eating for two. If your fat self wants more fries, the kitchen is right there, sir," she said as she furiously pointed towards the kitchen using her fork. And everyone dissolved into gales of laughter. Chapter 23. Try again, love. "You know I have you exactly where I want you to be," he whispered huskily, giving her a devilish smirk and flashing his canines. She bit her lip and contemplated what to do next. He had her trapped. "You're at my mercy, amour," he teased again. "Can you shush, please? I'm trying to concentrate." "I don't know what to do next," she said hesitantly, bent forward. "Anything you do, I'll love," he said suggestively. Venessa frowned at him, then caught onto the double meaning, giving him a horrified look and throwing a chess piece at him. "Monster," she burst out, smiling at him. "Just because you're losing, love." "Look, I have your queen cornered," Daniel pointed out innocently, watching her huff and puff in frustration. Venessa made the next move that cost her the game. Her jaw dropped when Daniel announced checkmate. Furious that she lost, she pushed the chessboard aside and tackled Daniel to the carpeted floor. As they wrestled playfully on the ground in the living room, Daniel thoroughly enjoyed her frustration. She tried hitting him but failed, and when she finally landed a light blow, instead of grunting in pain, he laughed. "You big, solid rock, let me go." "Ugh," Venessa muttered, trying to get out of Daniel's clutches. "I am not solid rock. This is pure muscle, baby," he said, winking. "Huh, as if that matters to me," she said, trying to wiggle away. "Oh, trust me, darling, you won't be saying that," Daniel husked out. Venessa suddenly realized how close they were, with Daniel playfully pinning her arms above her head to keep her from escaping. Upon realization, she blushed crimson and tried to hide her face. Above her, Daniel let out a throaty laugh. "I haven't even done anything, and you're already shying away from me," he teased. "Daniel, stop." Venessa exclaimed, flustered by his proximity. The stubborn Leakin dipped his head close to her neck and breathed in deeply. A low, guttural sound rumbled from his chest as he whispered, "Mine." He pressed a tender kiss to her skin, causing Venessa to weave her fingers into his hair, tugging softly as she became breathless. "You're mine, Venessa," he growled affectionately. He moved his attention to her lips, softly skimming his over hers until she made a sound of playful frustration. Turning in his arms, she managed to flip them over so she was looking down at him. Startled by her sudden move and surprised by her passion, Daniel lay still as she held his face and kissed him deeply. He returned the kiss with equal fervor as they rolled across the carpet in a tight embrace. As the intensity of the moment grew, Daniel placed a gentle hand over hers to slow her down. The last thing he wanted was for things to escalate so quickly right there in the living room. "Baby, slow down," he husked out, captivated by her flushed face. She muttered something in protest, a fierce look in her eyes that caught Daniel off guard. "Venessa," he called out, holding her gently by the waist. "Baby, wait," he tried again, but she let out a low growl. With no other choice to calm her sudden frenzy, he carefully rolled her onto her back, securing her hands to keep her steady as she shifted restlessly. The minute her eyes looked into his, Daniel knew this wasn't Venessa. It was Kaya. Her eyes glowed marvelously against the dark of the room. Kaya, Daniel started, unsure of why her wolf had suddenly taken control. Her wild instincts were flaring, pushing against him with an unexpected urgency. He leaned down, pressing his forehead gently to hers to soothe her, and Kaya purred with delight. He breathed in deeply, shocked by what he found. Her scent was vastly stronger and more intoxicating than usual. Venessa's mating instincts had taken over. Chapter 24. Daniel, please, Venessa cried out as she tossed to her side in their bed. The alpha stood next to the foot of the bed and shook his head, unable to see his mate in pain. Hush, Venessa. Have the painkiller, please, Sophronia cooed. That's not going to work, Soph, and you know that, Jamaica said. Unless they finalize the bond, she's going to be going through this. How about we put her in an ice tub? That will bring her fever down a bit. Venessa looked at Daniel through the tears in her eyes. He clenched his jaw, hating that he wanted to take her pain away but couldn't. She simply wasn't ready. While Venessa cried softly, she couldn't help but think Daniel didn't want to finalize the bond. She feared he wasn't ready, that maybe he was having second thoughts about her. A while later, they had Venessa settled into the ice tub. Her waves of discomfort eased a little. Daniel threw himself into work. The way she had looked at him earlier broke his heart. Sophronia and Jammerkus were keeping her company now. After a few hours, Sophronia came into the office and informed Daniel that they were leaving and that Venessa was asleep. Slowly, he walked into their room to see her sleeping in a baby pink satin nightgown. Her scent was overpowering, testing the absolute limits of his control. He kept his eyes shut tightly, not realizing Venessa had woken up and was looking right at him. Daniel, she called out softly. He snapped his eyes open and looked right at her. Sunlight glinted in her honey-brown hair, tumbling over her shoulders like a faded gold waterfall. Her big doe eyes looked up at him in wonder. His control snapped. In a flash, he was at the bed, kissing her urgently. She gasped with delight, running her fingers through his hair, raising her head off the pillow to get closer to him. He braced his hands on either side of her, kissing her deeply. Venessa was soaring. His touch was enough to set her heart racing as she pulled him closer. Daniel needed her. He truly needed her to finish the bond, heart, body, and soul. He started kissing her neck, his intensity overwhelming as she let out a breathless sigh. Either it was the soft sound she made, or the sudden realization of how frantic he was being, that made him stop right there. He realized that if he didn't stop, their first time would be a rushed blur driven by pure instinct rather than care. He pushed himself back and stepped away from her. Venessa looked at him in confusion, thinking she had done something wrong. Daniel, what happened? She asked. Nothing, he said angrily. He was furious with himself. She deserved everything to be perfect, not frantic and hurried. Her eyes watered upon hearing his tone and seeing the pure anger on his face. Suddenly, another wave of fever struck. She doubled over, clutching her stomach as she cried out in pain. Daniel rushed to her side, but she held her hand up. Stay away from me, she hissed through the waves of pain. Tears of hurt shone in her eyes, and Daniel felt a twist in his gut at her words. Venessa, stay away from me, she screamed when he tried coming forward again. She hated feeling like he didn't want her. I know you don't want to finish the bond with me. Don't pretend that you care suddenly. You just pity me right now, that's what, she said in anger, tears running down her face as she looked at him accusingly. He frowned at her words. What? He asked, in complete disbelief that she thought he didn't want her. You think I don't want you, Venessa? He asked again, approaching her slowly as her lower lip trembled. Venessa, I want every part of you. I want to make your soul and body mine. If you think I'm avoiding completing this bond because I don't want you, you're entirely wrong. You're not ready yet, and I refuse to let our first time be forced by a biological situation, he growled out. Before she could argue further, he swept her securely into his arms, holding her firmly but gently against his chest despite her startled squeak. "Daniel, what are you doing?" she hissed out, but he simply carried her forward. He carried her into the bathroom and set her down on the marble counter. He kept his intense gaze on her as he pulled his shirt off, standing in front of her bare-chested. "Touch me," he said, his voice hoarse from the strain of controlling himself. Hesitantly, she placed her hand on his chest, feeling his muscles flex under her touch. She gasped softly. "Don't you ever think I don't want you, Venessa? This is what your mere innocent touch does to me." "I crave you," he said, his voice rough from strain. He placed his hands on the counter on either side of her, leaning forward to rest his forehead gently against her shoulder, breathing heavily. Venessa softly started running her fingers through his hair to help calm him. She then held his face in her hands, making him look up at her and smiled. She leaned forward and firmly placed her lips on his. Chapter 25. "Don't you ever think I'm not ready? That I'm not ready for you, Daniel. You mean everything to me. You're my soulmate, for goodness sake." Venessa rushed out, throwing her arms up in frustration. Daniel bit back a smile at how adorable she looked when she was frustrated. "Anything else, madam?" he teased. Venessa realized he was enjoying her rant and was teasing her over it. She gave him an accusing look, huffed, and crossed her arms over her chest with a pout on her lips. Daniel laughed out loud at her antics and yet again captured her lips in another kiss. The last one Venessa had started ended with them both getting a little carried away. After he lifted his lips from hers, she didn't let him move. Keeping her forehead pressed to his, her arms remained around his neck, and his arms stayed wrapped around her waist, both breathless from the kiss. "I love you." Daniel froze. They had said it to each other before, but every time felt like the first. "I love you more," he husked out. Venessa slowly blinked her eyes open to see her mate looking down at her with so much emotion that it made her tear up. She cupped his face in her small hands and gave him a trembling smile as tears started running down her cheeks. "I'm sorry I'm such a crybaby," she hiccuped. Daniel shook his head at her and pulled her close as she cried into his chest. "It's okay, you're my crybaby," he teased gently, but his own voice was thick with emotion. For years, he believed he wouldn't find anyone, that he was cursed. But here he was, holding his beautiful mate tucked safely in his arms. They were tears of happiness, they both knew. It was in the bliss of the moment that they felt their bond strengthen even more. Just 3 words, and they felt like their souls had touched all over again. They held each other for a long while, loving the feel of the other's presence. Daniel wiped her tears away and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Picking her up off the tiled counter, he held her bridal style as Venessa giggled at the smirk on his face. He placed her on the bed and climbed in after her, resting his head on her chest and wrapping his arms around her torso. Venessa hugged him closer, playing with his dark locks. Feeling a wholesome warmth encompass her, she basked in it. Sighing in absolute contentment, she kissed the top of his head, listening to him breathe in deeply, taking in her scent. The moonlight glinted through the glass windows, falling on the two of them. The large alpha lay on his stomach, his head resting on his mate's chest as she gently ran her fingers through his hair. Who knew the most fearsome being would be all cuddled up to his little mate, him being double her size. He growled lowly in contentment when she started tracing her fingertips over his tanned, muscled shoulders. He turned his head to the right and playfully nipped at her fingers. She squealed and giggled when he gave her a bright smile. "You're such a big baby," Venessa giggled, giving him a peck on the forehead. "I want to spoil you with all my love and attention," she whispered. The tall Leakin lifted his chiseled face. The green of his one eye looked light in the moonlight, while the blue of the other looked vibrant. He looked at her in wonder. "Sweetheart, I'm supposed to be spoiling you," he whispered, his voice deep, as he tucked his face into her neck and placed a soft kiss there. She sucked in a deep breath, knowing she would never get used to his touch. The sparks that flew upon their skin touching would never get old. "Nah, I'm not into the stereotypes that the guy always has to be the one doing things for the girl. It goes both ways," she said, smiling, loving their little banter. What did I ever do to deserve you? He whispered, almost as if asking himself. He was still questioning what good he had done to get a pure soul like her in his life, to be by his side forever. Venessa kissed the tip of his nose and looked up at him. Her eyes shone with so much love for him that Daniel felt his heart start thumping fast. I love you, baby. I love you more, Daniel, she said, placing her lips on his softly. She moved her lips slowly, cherishing the feeling of being so close to him. He shifted closer to have better access, deepening the kiss. She sighed in delight, matching his gentle passion, and he hummed his approval. They spent the rest of the night in each other's arms, talking about their lives, their likes, and their dislikes. Playful teasing naturally flowed into long stretches of quiet, tender affection. Venessa, no matter what is on your mind, I want you to always tell me. I don't want you to ever hesitate in telling me anything, okay, baby? I'll tell you everything, Daniel, I promise, Venessa replied solemnly as she cuddled into his chest, and he wrapped his arm protectively around her waist. It was then that Venessa realized it was with him that she truly felt complete. Chapter 26. Venessa woke up to a pair of warm lips on her neck. She tilted her head to the side and scrunched her nose, but the sweet assault continued with gentle kisses. She peeked one eye open to see Daniel hovering above her, his dark locks messy. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, Venessa ran her hands through his hair to set aside the stray locks that had fallen over his forehead. He closed his eyes and relished the feel of her soft touch. Good morning, love, Daniel said, his voice deep and husky from sleep. Good morning, Venessa replied shyly, turning over as her face flushed under his heated gaze. He chuckled and kissed her nape before getting out of bed to freshen up. Venessa lay in the sheets, cuddled up with a big smile on her face. After Daniel finished, Venessa freshened up and changed into white shorts, a baby blue tee, and white Converse. She was heading to the Pack orphanage today. While making breakfast for Daniel, she dropped a spoon and bent down to retrieve it, only to receive a playful, firm swat to her backside. Venessa jumped, ready to playfully scold the culprit, but Daniel had already retreated from the kitchen with a sly smirk. Later in the day, Sophronia and Venessa headed to the orphanage. Jamarcus and Gabin had gone to another Pack for work. The caretaker greeted them politely. She was a lovely woman in her 40s. Hello, Luna. My name is Gregory. I'm the caretaker of the Pack's orphanage. Hello, Sophronia, she said, hugging Sophronia and giving Venessa a warm smile. Please call me Venessa. It's lovely to meet you, Gregory, Venessa said. She wanted everyone to be at ease with her rather than focusing on titles. As you say, Venessa. Come this way. The children are decorating the backyard fences and walls. We thought we'd let them be creative, Gregory said, picking up an adorable little girl and balancing her on her hip. How many kids are here? Venessa asked, smiling at the toddler. About 33 actually, Gregory said. 2 pups were adopted yesterday. She smiled widely, and Sophronia shared her happy reaction. The little girl in Gregory's arms extended her chubby hands toward Venessa, her big green eyes wide. Pretty, she said in a soft voice, pointing at Venessa's hair. Thank you, baby. You're very pretty too, Venessa said, taking little Popia into her arms. They went to the backyard to find children running around and playing. Giggles and laughter echoed across the area. There were 7 other caretakers working alongside Gregory. The oldest children were teenagers, while Popia was the youngest at 2 years old. Gregory called the children to assemble in a line to meet Venessa. They obediently greeted her, and she smiled as they all sat in a circle to introduce themselves. The day passed quickly as Venessa helped with the decorations, shared lunch, and read stories. Luna, is the alpha actually really big and scary? Asked John, a curious 8-year-old. Venessa giggled and shook her head. He's a very brave and good man. He comes off as scary so people don't mess with him, but really he's only mean if you try to eat his food. Then he's like the Grinch, she joked. The children dissolved into gales of laughter at the thought of their alpha being grumpy over a snack. The afternoon continued with fun and teasing. Just as they were about to leave, Venessa noticed a 6-year-old boy sitting in the corner alone. That's Evans. He joined us a few months ago, Gregory whispered, sensing Venessa's confusion. He prefers to be alone. He has difficulty walking and uses crutches or a wheelchair. Venessa nodded and made her way toward him. He was a beautiful child with electric blue eyes and jet black hair. "Hello there," Venessa said, crouching down and giving him a bright smile. Evans said nothing at first. "I'm Venessa. What's your name?" "Evans," he replied lowly after a moment. Venessa beamed and tried to start a conversation. Though he only gave one-word answers, she considered it a win that he engaged at all. Bidding everyone goodbye, Venessa headed for the door. She was about to leave when she felt small arms wrap around her leg. She looked down to see Popia looking up with a sad pout. Picking her up, Venessa kissed her nose. "I promise I'll be back soon, okay?" "No go," Popia said, her lower lip trembling. "Oh no, baby, don't cry." "I'll be back tomorrow, I promise," Venessa said, ready to do anything to soothe her. "Promise?" "I promise, baby," Venessa said softly. Popia rested her head on Venessa's shoulder and cuddled close. Venessa stood there gently patting her back, her own eyes watering. She didn't want to leave them. Daniel, standing across from the orphanage, saw the entire exchange. After he and Nolan heard their mates were there, they finished their work early to pick them up. Seeing how gently Venessa handled the children, Daniel felt a deep desire to start a family of his own with her. He wanted to see her with their own children one day. Venessa softly placed the sleeping Popia into Gregory's arms. She and Sophronia left the building and found their mates waiting. "What are you guys doing here?" Sophronia asked. Nolan immediately took her into his arms, resting a hand protectively over her small baby bump. Venessa blushed and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking down at her shoes. "You're shy already, baby?" "I can't wait for tonight," Daniel whispered huskily. "Tonight?" Venessa wondered wildly as the realization sank in. She looked up to see the smirk Daniel was giving her. Putting two and two together, she knew exactly what he meant. Chapter 27. Venessa groaned and fell sideways on the bed, covering her face with her hands. She had finally finished the entire series of The Office. She wanted to watch more, but she had quite literally binge-watched every season to the end. "What do I do now?" she thought. After Daniel dropped her back home, he had to run back to the office because of an emergency at the southern border. Now she was bored and had nothing to do. She went down to the kitchen, opened a video on her phone, took out a recipe for molten lava cake, and went to work. 15 minutes later, Venessa screeched, frustrated that the batter was way gooier than she expected. "How is this possible?" "I followed the recipe." "I can't even follow a recipe," she mumbled to herself. "There's no way I'm being defeated by a chocolate lava cake," she said with renewed determination. She got off the kitchen floor and set off to make edible lava cakes. An hour and a half later, Daniel walked through the front door. The scent of chocolate led him to the kitchen, where he found her sitting on the counter with her legs folded under her and 3 plates in front of her. From the looks of it, she had finished 1 plate and was on her second. "Baby," Daniel called out. Venessa froze, her cheeks full because she had taken a large bite of the cake. Sheepishly, she looked up at her mate. Chewing slowly, she gave him a wave. "I saved some for you," Venessa mumbled, pointing at the 3rd untouched plate. "You sure you weren't planning on eating that had I not come home on time?" he teased. He walked toward the counter and took the plate and spoon. He took a bite of the cake and the ice cream on the side, while Venessa watched him, assessing his every move. "Do you like it?" Venessa asked after a few seconds. Daniel remained quiet, saying nothing. Venessa felt her heart drop. Trying to conceal her hurt, she put a bright smile on her face and got off the counter to clean the dishes. Daniel came beside her to help. "Leave it alone, please." "I can clean up myself," Venessa said calmly. "Venessa." "I said I got it, Daniel," she interrupted. After a few seconds, she felt him leave the kitchen. Wiping a stray tear off her face, she cleaned the dishes. A minute later, she felt 2 arms wrap around her waist and a pair of warm lips on her neck. Venessa froze. I can't even prank you for long. You're so sensitive, Daniel mumbled against her skin. Venessa frowned and turned around in his arms. He chuckled at the confused look on her face and pecked her lips. Baby, I'm not much of a sweets person, but I loved what you made. Just add less cocoa next time and it's as good as what they serve at restaurants. Venessa beamed and hugged him. What warmed her heart the most was his constructive criticism and the gentle manner in which he spoke. He was everything she ever wanted and more. She leaned up on her tippy toes and placed her lips on his, wrapping her arms around his neck. The moment intensified quickly. Daniel pulled back slightly and looked at her deeply. Are you sure? He asked. She answered him with a kiss of such fervor that it shook him. Picking her up, he took her to their room. They shared a night of deep, passionate intimacy, exploring their connection and finally becoming one in both body and soul. As the lilac streaks of dawn began to show across the sky, the couple drifted off to sleep in each other's embrace, completely content. Chapter 28. The next morning, Venessa rolled over in bed. Her mate had kept her up late, and it was already 10 in the morning. The curtains were pulled back, and the sun's rays were proudly beaming through the windows. Venessa peeked an eye open to see that Daniel was already up, and he had opened the curtains. He ruined her sleep. If there was anything he should have known by now, it was that anyone who messed with her rest was in for a reckoning. Growling lowly, she heard the washroom door open. Daniel stepped out, freshly showered with only a towel around his waist. He expected to be greeted with his mate's soft smile, but instead, she was in the middle of the bed, giving him a mock glare. You woke me up, Venessa said, emphasizing every word with feisty indignation. Baby, he called out softly, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Daniel, she shot back, slowly getting off the bed. Her hair was a wild mess, and her face was flushed. She looked beautiful. Look, baby, I forgot you were so protective of your sleep. In my defense, I only wanted you to see the beautiful morning. Let's talk abdoof. Daniel was cut off when Venessa playfully lunged at him. He landed on the carpet with a thud while Venessa hovered over him. If you even touch those curtains again while I am asleep, you're in so much trouble, Daniel. Venessa cried out. She tried to playfully swat at his chest, but he easily caught her hands, chuckling at her attempts. By now, she had leaned down, giving his shoulder a sharp, playful nip. Daniel, being a Leakin, felt no pain, but the proximity of her on top of him had an immediate effect. A low, husky growl rumbled from his chest, and Venessa froze. He let go of her wrists, and his hands traveled to her waist. Venessa lifted her head and looked at him, watching his eyes glaze over with heat. We haven't marked each other, Venessa whispered, tracing the outline of his chest. In one smooth motion, Daniel was up. Venessa yelped as he picked her up, her legs wrapping around him for support. He gently placed her on the bed and kissed the tip of her nose. Slowly, he made his way to her neck, inhaling her scent deeply. He peppered kisses all over her shoulder, finding the exact spot. He looked into her eyes, seeking her final silent approval, and she nodded breathlessly. He let his canines extend and leaned in to claim his mark. Venessa gasped at the sudden, sharp sting, but the discomfort was instantly replaced by complete euphoria. Daniel held her steady until the feeling settled. Their bond was finally, officially complete. Hello, love. Venessa blinked. She could hear his voice at the back of her head. It was much clearer now, almost as if he were truly present in her mind. She lowered her gaze, feeling a wave of shyness. Look at me. His voice was even deeper through the mind link. She looked up at her mate. His blue eye was like a beautiful sea storm, while his green eye was radiant. You can mind link the pack now, he said aloud. They felt the bond finalize. I've blocked the chatter for now so it isn't overwhelming, but I'll teach you how to manage it soon. Venessa smiled, her heart constricting with emotion. She loved him so much. She leaned up and kissed him deeply, a kiss he returned with a newfound, soul-deep ardor. A phone rang on the nightstand, and Daniel pulled back with a sigh. He kissed her forehead, telling her he had work, but that he'd have the chef bring her breakfast. Daniel left the room a few minutes later, dressed in a sharp black suit. He was fixing his cufflinks on his way down the stairs when he heard a soft voice at the back of his head. "I love you, baby." Breathing in deeply, a small smile graced his lips. "I love you more, sweetheart," he mind-linked back. This was it. She was his forever. He was the dark Leakin, but to Venessa, he was her Leakin. Chapter 29. Almost 7 months had gone by. Everything seemed to be going well. The pack was running adequately, and everyone was happy, everyone other than Nolan. Werewolf pregnancies last for 7 months, unlike the 9 months for humans, and Sophronia was due any day now. No one had ever seen the beta so crazed. Sophronia would be sitting munching down an entire box of cookies while Nolan was hell-bent on making sure she didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Even Sophronia letting out a small cough was a trigger for the huge beta, who would call the pack doctor over everything to the point the doctor feared the beta would lose his head before the arrival of the child. "Nolan, cut it out right now," a very pregnant Sophronia screeched. "Baby, no, sit down. Let me get the first aid." "It's starting to get red now, look," Nolan pointed out, determined to get his way. "Nolan, get away from me, or I swear I'm gonna kick you in the face," Sophronia threatened, trying to jerk away from her mate's hold as she sat on the couch with Nolan holding her ankle. "Oh, for the love of the moon goddess, Nolan, it is just a mosquito bite," Jammerkus said, frustrated. Gaben sat nearby with wide eyes. You could practically hear his thoughts from his expression. Babies were a clear no for Gaben. The man looked terrified. "Mosquito bites don't get this red," Nolan muttered, applying ointment to his mate's ankle. Sophronia seemed to be seething, and the concerned beta looked clueless regarding the anger directed at him. Daniel strolled into the living room to see the havoc. Putting his hands into the pockets of his slacks, he quietly assessed the situation. He was about to kick everyone out of the house when Venessa walked through the front door with little Jacinto in her arms, his bright blue eyes wide with joy as he looked around the foyer. Jacinto was a little pup from the Pack House orphanage. He was only 3 and had newly moved there because his grandparents were getting too old to take care of him. Frowning, Daniel raised his brows in question at Venessa regarding their little guest. Realizing this, Venessa put Jacinto down and held his small hand. "Daniel, this is Jacinto. He's my new little friend." "Jacinto, this is Alpha Daniel," Venessa introduced. Jacinto's curious blue eyes clashed with Daniel's blue and green ones. As Daniel held out his hand to the little pup, Jacinto tried to look as intimidating as the 6 feet 3 inches Alpha. He puffed his chest out and shook Daniel's large hand. Venessa smiled widely at the sight and ruffled Jacinto's hair affectionately. "Nice to meet you, Alpha," Jacinto said. His cute baby voice was still learning how to form words. Daniel's lips twitched, and he gave the little pup a small, proud smile. Afterwards, Venessa introduced Jacinto to everyone in the house, letting him get comfortable. To their surprise, Jacinto warmed up to Gaben the most. Venessa looked at Jammerkus and gave him a teasing look. Sophronia also caught on, leaning towards Jammerkus to whisper. "I think our Gamma is ready to be a father," she said, wiggling her brows at Jammerkus. He looked at Jacinto with a tender look in his eyes. As it became late afternoon, Jacinto let out a yawn, indicating it was nap time. He had fallen asleep in Jammerkus's lap. Since Gaben and Jammerkus had a dinner to attend, Venessa picked Jacinto up and headed to her room. Gently rocking him back and forth as he lulled further into sleep, she placed him on her bed. Giving him a soft kiss on the forehead, she was about to exit the room when she saw Daniel standing in the doorway, watching them with an indescribable expression. Not sure what was happening, Venessa pulled him out of the room and into the hallway, gently closing the door so Jacinto wouldn't wake up. "What's wrong?" Venessa asked, wrapping her arms around his waist. Daniel shook his head, removed her hands from his waist, and left without a word. Confused, Venessa stared at him with her mouth slightly agape. What just happened? She followed him to his office in search of answers. Did I do something to upset him? She thought. There he stood, signing papers. The sun glinting through the large window surrounded him like a halo. He looked divine, his broad shoulders moving with elegance as he skimmed through the documents. "Daniel?" Venessa called out hesitantly. Is everything okay?" "Yes, of course. Why wouldn't it be?" "You're acting terribly weird." "Venessa, I'm not. Now drop it and go downstairs to join the others. I'll be there in a while." "No, I'm not leaving until you tell me what has gotten into you. Please don't shut me out, Daniel. Through the mark, I feel your unease and restlessness." "Talk to me, baby," Venessa said, walking closer and holding his hand. His jaw clenched. Venessa didn't realize the extent of his tension as she absently rubbed his hand with her thumb. "Talk to me." Silence. His head was bent as he refused to look up from the papers. Venessa was getting worried as his breathing deepened. His chest was rising and falling with every labored breath. She rounded the table and neared him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder as she called out to him. Daniel looked up and raised glowing dark eyes to Venessa. Enzo was out. Chapter 30. Enzo. Venessa stuttered, confused and baffled. The only response she received was heavy breathing. He eyed her with a torn, desperate look. Venessa knew he was on edge, his leaken strength vibrating through the air. Kaya was whimpering at the back of her head, sensing the raw power he was emitting. "Enzo, what is it?" "Mate," he muttered through clenched teeth, his hands fisted so hard on the table that the wood creaked. Gently, Venessa placed her small hand over his. As the sparks from the bond ignited, they acted like a bomb, calming the raging Leakin. Daniel closed his eyes, the tremors of his strain finally subsiding. When he looked up, his blue-green eyes were calm, but deeply haunted. Venessa hugged him tightly, and though he was hesitant at first, he eventually wrapped his arms around her waist. "What happened?" she whispered. "Nothing," he muttered, his expression darkening. Venessa didn't push. She knew being persistent wouldn't help now, but she resolved to get the truth before the night was over. Later that afternoon, Daniel entered the living room with a half-asleep Jacinto in his arms. The sight of his powerful frame softened by the small child made Venessa's heart swell. A bright smile crept onto her face, but while Jammerkus cooed at the boy, Sophronia caught the shadowed, pained look in Daniel's eyes. "He woke up while I was in our room," Daniel said, his voice rough. Before Venessa could say more, Gaben burst in. "Daniel, rogues at the southern border. We have to move." The men left in a blur of intensity. Venessa mind-linked her mate. "Be safe." "I love you." "I will," was his only clipped response. By 11 p.m., Venessa was pacing the kitchen alone. When the door finally opened, Daniel looked exhausted. "Is everything okay?" Venessa asked after a long hug. "Yes. We handled the rogues. They won't be back." "Did you chase them off or?" "We had a discussion," he said with a faint, weary grin. "I think everyone knows your discussions usually involve a lot of growling," she teased, trying to lighten the mood. But as they prepared for bed, the weight in the room became unbearable. Daniel was silent, his movements rigid. "Baby?" Venessa called out. He was standing by the window, bare-chested and staring into the dark. "Stop avoiding me." "Enzo coming out, the way you're looking at Jacinto. Talk to me." An unsettling silence followed. "Daniel, tell me right now." "The doctor's report came back," Daniel said, his voice terrifyingly calm. "Because of the wolfsbane, the damage it did to your system before I could heal you." "What are you saying?" she breathed. "He says the cost of your survival was too high, Venessa. He says we won't be able to have pups." She felt as if the floor had disappeared beneath her. The blood roared in her ears as the words sank in. "You mean, never?" "The damage is too deep," he whispered, finally turning to look at her with eyes full of agony. "I'm so sorry." Chapter 31. What do you mean I won't be able to have pups? Venessa whispered in disbelief. Her honey-brown eyes were wide with unshed tears, and the color in her cheeks deepened from the overwhelming tidal wave of emotion crashing through her. Daniel sighed and sat next to her on the bed. "Venessa, even with alpha blood, you aren't strong enough to carry my pup. I am a Leakin, a full Leakin. A Leakin pregnancy is very different. It is physically taxing beyond measure." I refuse to put you in that kind of danger. I can't stand the thought of losing my mate. I won't do it. But Sophronia and Nolan, everything turned out okay for them, Venessa said frantically, her voice trembling as if trying to convince herself. Daniel grabbed her arms, steadying her to break the thought. Venessa, their situation was different. For us, it is a matter of safety. It is a risk I cannot take. I am a full-born Leakin. I won't lose you, and the quicker you accept that, the easier it will be. Venessa heard him, but it was as if his voice was coming from far away. I've always wanted a baby, she whispered achingly. Silent tears ran down her face as she buried her face in his chest and wept for a future she believed was gone. Daniel, please, we can at least try, Venessa sobbed. His body grew tense. Ask anything of me, Venessa, but not this. I won't ever give you up. Save your breath, because we will not take that risk. I won't lose you to anything. The next morning, Venessa found herself cocooned in Daniel's arms. She must have passed out from exhaustion. She cuddled into his warmth, but an empty feeling settled in her chest. After they showered, Daniel had to attend to packing business. He left after a firm kiss, telling her to alert him instantly if something was wrong. Left alone, the silence of the house became deafening. Kaya was pacing on edge. Venessa blocked the mind link so Daniel wouldn't feel the storm inside her. Why me? Was the only thought running through her mind. Enraptured in sadness, Venessa felt her control slip. The sheer force of her grief triggered a sudden, agonizing shift. As Kaya surged forward, the raw power of the transformation overturned the furniture and shattered the silence of the room, before she burst through the door and into the deep forest. She ran until she reached the high cliffs overlooking the packlands. Standing safely at the edge, she tilted her head back and let out a raw, guttural howl that echoed through the entire valley. It was the cry of a broken wolf calling out for help. The sound sent Daniel to his knees. He was in the middle of a meeting when he heard it. His breath caught, and he stumbled as a matching ache pierced his chest. Looking toward the source of the sound, Daniel stood up, his voice thick with pain. Venessa. Chapter 32. He had to find her. Passing a look to Nolan to take over the meeting, he shifted and lunged across the room. He had to get to her. Venessa, baby, where are you? He tried mind-linking her but received no response. Don't go anywhere. Stay where you are. Pushing his legs faster, he ran as his life depended on it, and it did. Reaching the middle of the dense forest, he scanned for paw prints, but found none. Angling his head up, he breathed in deeply. He found what he was looking for. Her scent. Running in the direction the scent led him, he came across a ledge after 2 minutes. His heart sank. This is where her scent ended. She wasn't here. She couldn't have he refused to think it. Trying to calm both himself and his Leakin, he became so lost in the inner battle of his mate's safety that he almost missed a twig snap to his right. Jerking his head toward the side, he stepped closer to the brush, high alert. He peered over the bushes and his heart sank. There she lay in her wolf form, her fur covered in mud and a little blood. Her eyes were open. She knew he was there, but she refused to look at him. Her eyes looked like swirling dark pits, completely lifeless. Gently coming to her side, he touched his snout against hers, yet she still didn't respond. Sighing, he took her scruff into his mouth and lifted her like a she-wolf picking up her pup. Compared to the size of his massive Leakin form, she was small. Lying her back down, he nuzzled his face into hers, licking her to get her attention, but she paid no heed. Frustrated and hurt, he growled. Knowing she wouldn't respond to gentleness alone, he settled over her in a way where his weight wouldn't hurt her, but he was as close as possible. Venessa hadn't felt this numb in a long time. The terrors of her past had awakened. She feared she would lose everyone, including her mate, so she had numbed herself. She felt that if he did leave her, maybe she wouldn't be as hurt. But the sparks of the bond teased her. The way he gave her all his attention, even though she didn't acknowledge him, made her walls crumble. Whimpering as her willpower gave out, she turned and buried her head into his chest. His fur was warm and comforting. The way he nuzzled her was enough to make her defenses vanish. Daniel understood the silent comfort she wanted and gave her exactly that. He was bothered by the blood on her fur, wondering what had happened, but he focused on showing her love. They spent the night under the full moon. She slept in his embrace, their wolves content. At dawn, Venessa woke and Daniel indicated they should return home. Nodding her wolf head, she silently followed him. Their fur brushed with every step. Venessa needed him close. She needed his constant touch. He realized her anxiety had doubled by the time they reached the house. She kept looking back to ensure he was still there. "Love, go change. I'll shower too. I'll be right here, okay?" Daniel assured her after they shifted back. She still hadn't spoken a word, but she clutched his arm and shook her head in fright. "Baby, I'm not going anywhere. Look at me." He tilted her chin up and placed a soft kiss on her trembling lips. "No, please. Don't leave me," she whimpered softly. Had it not been for his sharp hearing, he would have barely heard her. Sighing and hugging her, he thought of ways to get them both cleaned up without triggering her panic. He took her to the bathroom, locked the door, and began undressing. Venessa looked at him with wide eyes. Even though they had been intimate, her shyness remained, and he loved that about her. She hid her face in her hands as he chuckled. After a minute, Daniel pulled her hands from her face. His hands slid to the hem of her shirt while he maintained eye contact. Finding her consent in her gaze, he gently removed her clothing until they both stood bare. It wasn't sexual. It was a raw moment with nothing to hide. Daniel held her hand and led her toward the shower. He stood to the side while the water warmed, gently rubbing her arm. He got under the stream first, and she followed. Grabbing the shampoo, Daniel started gently massaging it into her hair. She moved closer and hummed, loving the feel of his fingers on her scalp. Once rinsed, she did the same for him, teasing him by putting a bit of soap on his face. "Your hair is so soft," Venessa whispered. "You should shampoo my hair more often then," Daniel teased, squeezing her waist. That was when he noticed 2 irritated gashes across her hip. They weren't deep, but they were red with dried blood. "Venessa, your hip," Daniel growled. Frowning, Venessa looked down. "I ran into a thorny bush and cut myself. I'm okay, Daniel." They finished washing, their touches featherlight and careful. Once they were done, Daniel pulled her into a close embrace. The water ran down their bodies as her tears mixed with the stream. She sobbed into his chest quietly. He didn't ask why, he didn't have to. He just held her and rubbed her back. His touch, his warmth, and his comfort were all she needed. This Leakin had become her world, and she would never leave his side. Chapter 33. Are you kidding me, Nolan? Sophronia screeched. Sophronia and Nolan had invited everyone over for dinner: Venessa, Daniel, Jamarcus, Gabin, and a few other friends. Right after dinner, Venessa and Sophronia were in the kitchen getting dessert when Venessa accidentally jump-scared Sophronia, causing her water to break. It was complete havoc, to say the least. Sophronia was a week overdue, so she wasn't surprised. The heavily pregnant blonde was as calm as the sea, but the same couldn't be said for her mate. Nolan was knocking over chairs and decorations in a rush to grab the baby bag and get Sophronia to the hospital. He was sweating and insistent on carrying her, swooping her into his arms without waiting for a reply as if she were dying. Sophronia had had enough. "Nolan," Sophronia seethed, trying to get through to him. The big man paid no heed. His gray eyes were wide with alarm as he unlocked the car and gently placed her in the back seat. "Nolan!" Sophronia screamed. The poor man almost fainted, thinking something had happened to her or the baby. "The hospital is 2 blocks over. We can walk." "What is wrong with you?" "What? Why would I let you walk, Sophronia?" "Your water just broke," Nolan growled. "Don't growl at me, sir. Just because I'm about to pop out our pup doesn't mean I can't reach over and smack you," Sophronia threatened. Nolan looked so scared and confused that Sophronia felt bad. He had been incredibly patient, supportive, and loving throughout the entire pregnancy. He was going to be a great father, and like any parent, he was simply worried. Sophronia held his large hand and gently tugged him toward her as she sat on the edge of the back seat. He crouched in front of her. Tears gathered in her eyes and began to fall down her face. She gently cupped Nolan's face in her trembling hands and leaned forward, softly kissing him as sparks lit up wherever they touched. Nolan kissed her back with all the passion and love in his heart. When they finally pulled back, the sight in front of him made him fall in love all over again. Her lips were pink from his kisses, her blue eyes were bright with love, and her skin was glowing. Her blonde locks tumbled over her shoulder like a golden waterfall as she cradled her belly. He was blessed. The guests allowed the couple their moment until Daniel called out to Nolan, telling him it was better to head to the hospital now. After helping her slip her shoes on, Nolan and Sophronia walked hand in hand the 2 blocks to the hospital. The others promised to meet them there, wanting to give them space. At the hospital, the roles reversed. Sophronia wasn't as calm anymore, and Nolan became the steady one, coaching her through her breathing and contractions. Venessa and Jammerkus stayed with her while their mates dealt with some brief business nearby. They sat outside the delivery room, hearing Sophronia's cries every so often. Nolan's hand was surely bruised from how hard Sophronia was holding it. 7 hours later, Grady Lillian Nolan came into the world. She was a healthy baby with dark hair like her father's and ocean blue eyes like her mother's, flecked with her father's gray. She was beautiful. When Nolan held her for the first time, Grady looked so small, cradled in his big, tanned arms. Sophronia cried at the first sight of her baby girl. Everyone offered their congratulations, remarking on what an angel Grady was until she got hungry. Then, she was a total little monster. Daniel joined them later. In the midst of the celebration, he caught a glimpse of his mate. The forlorn look in her eyes as she looked at Grady made his heart clench. He didn't know how to make it better. It had been months since their difficult conversation, and she had improved, but she remained sensitive about what she couldn't have. Walking to her side, he pulled her to him by the waist and placed a kiss on her head. She silently hugged him back. She needed him. But there was something brewing. Something no one sensed or saw coming. What was it? Chapter 34. A month had passed since Nolan and Sophronia had welcomed their beautiful daughter. Things had been going smoothly, other than the fact that rogue sightings had increased significantly. Finding an effective solution to the problem had kept Daniel busy for weeks. It was after dinner that Daniel and Venessa finally got an hour to themselves. They shared a passionate embrace by the fireplace, enjoying a rare moment of connection. "I missed you," Venessa whispered, resting her head on Daniel's chest. He kissed her and ran his fingertips up her arm, smiling at the effect he had on her. "I missed you too, love," he replied. "Is the situation with the rogues under control?" she asked. "I really don't know what they're up to, but I can't risk anything," Daniel said. "Patrols have been doubled. If this continues, we'll have no choice but to take more drastic measures." The next morning, Venessa woke up alone. A tender warmth lingered from the night before, bringing a soft flush to her skin. She found a note from Daniel explaining that an emergency had called him away early. She sent him a text saying she loved him, knowing his duty as Alpha always came first. She was on her last bite of breakfast when her stomach turned. The sudden wave of sickness was so strong that she dropped her phone and ran to the washroom. Even after it passed, the nausea lingered. Brushing it off, she attended to her Luna duties and later visited Sophronia to spend time with baby Grady. Later that afternoon, Jammerkus and Venessa decided to hang out. On their way home, the lightheadedness returned, more intense than before. "Then I started putting the flour in and you wouldn't believe," Jammerkus started. "Jammerkus," Venessa wheezed, her breath hitching. "Excuse me? I swear, what is it with you and Gaben cutting me off?" "Maybe it's because you talk too much," Venessa said, her vision beginning to swim. "Someone hold my drink. I'm about to give this girl a piece of my mind," Jammerkus joked. "Jammerkus, I can't breathe," Venessa said, bracing her hands on her knees. "Girl, you won't be talking at all after I'm done with my lecture." "Jammerkus, I'm going to faint," Venessa gasped. You're about to HH. What the? Jammerka screamed as Venessa did exactly what she warned. She collapsed right into his arms. Chapter 35. Venessa woke to the sterile scent of the pack hospital. Daniel stood by the window, his frame rigid with a protective, desperate intensity, while the pack doctor waited nearby with a cautious smile. What happened? Venessa asked, her voice raspy. Daniel was at her side in an instant, helping her drink water before the doctor cleared his throat. Congratulations, Luna. You're pregnant. The silence that followed was deafening. Venessa felt her heart hammer against her ribs, her mind spinning with a million conflicting emotions. How long? A little over a month, the doctor replied. Sensing the alpha's heavy, brooding energy, he quickly excused himself to check the lab results. Say something, Venessa whispered, her voice trembling. Daniel sat on the edge of the bed, his shoulders slumped as he struggled to process the sheer terror of the news. What do you want me to say? His voice was low, vibrating with a desperate, heavy calm. Gently, Venessa wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Daniel sighed, turning to pull her into his lap. Venessa buried her face in his neck and sobbed, partly from the joy she had once thought impossible, and partly from the fear of the journey ahead. Don't cry, sweetheart. It isn't good for the little one for you to be this upset, Daniel soothed, though his own grip was tight as if he were afraid she might vanish. Daniel, I don't care about the risks, Venessa said, her eyes bloodshot but fierce. I'm not giving up our pup. I won't. Daniel's jaw twitched. I would never ask that of you, Venessa. But the odds are against us. I refuse to lose you in the process. A few hours later, the house was filled with the pack's inner circle. Daniel broke the news, and while the room briefly cheered, the gravity of the Leakin lineage soon settled over them like a shroud. A Leakin pregnancy is a massive undertaking for a non-Leakin mother, healer Edmund explained solemnly. The pup's DNA will be dominant. In the final months, the Leakin strain could become immense, potentially draining Venessa's life force faster than her wolf can regenerate. Daniel's grip on Venessa's hand tightened until she squeezed back to ground him. Is there any way to sustain her? Venessa asked, her voice steadying. There is an ancient path, Elder Brantley noted. During the final months, the alpha must provide his own Leakin essence, his blood to the mother. His pure power will act as a shield, helping her body withstand the pup's growth and strengthening her from within. Will it hurt Daniel? Venessa asked immediately, her concern shifting to him. The healer smiled softly. No, Luna. Our alpha is strong. It will cause him only mild fatigue. Daniel looked at Venessa. She gave him a weak, supportive smile, showing her readiness to fight for their family. We will move forward, Daniel declared, his voice echoing with undeniable alpha authority. But I will prioritize her life above all else. Every resource of this pack will be dedicated to her safety. With the plan in place, daily checkups, herbal tonics, and the Elder's research, the journey had officially begun. Chapter 36. 1 month later. Stupid protective Leakin, Venessa huffed angrily, stuffing her fourth pancake into her mouth and chewing on it like she had all the time in the world. It was as if the man didn't even know what personal space was. He was always after her. Heck, this morning he decided he wanted to carry her down the stairs. After Venessa had grounded out a firm no, the stubborn Leakin picked her up and sauntered down the staircase anyway. Her angry outburst fell on deaf ears. She was going to be round and fat in a week if this kept up. She was only 2 months along, and he was acting like this. The thought of how he would be when she was a few months pregnant from now made her shudder. The first few weeks were hectic with the checkups and always being careful, but she had now learned to get used to it. Jammerkus and Sophronia would visit every other day, and they were also very protective of her. It wasn't only a friend thing. She was the Luna carrying the future heir, so the protectiveness therein doubled. Hey, Soph, Venessa said, hearing the front door open. Even her senses had heightened. She could smell and hear people from even further distances now. V, you need to stop doing that. It freaks me out, Sophronia huffed. Where's my godchild? She's with her nanny. Nolan refused to leave her all morning. I had to usher him out. It's funny seeing a big man so helplessly in love with her. Where's Jammerkus? He said he was Sophronia got cut off when Jammerkus sauntered into the house, dramatically taking his sunglasses off. He waved his hand in front of his face. Venessa, why is it so hot? Jammerkus, honey, I don't control the weather, you know. Girl, you're carrying a miracle. I thought you'd have a few other tricks up your sleeve too. Sophronia giggled at this, and Venessa rolled her eyes. She hadn't stopped hearing miracle jokes ever since the meeting they had a month ago. It was like he expected her to present him with unicorns and rainbows. The day before, they had decided to go to the orphanage, and that's exactly what they did. Finishing breakfast, they drove there and spent the day. Jammerkus would often visit Jacinto or take him out to ice cream with Gaben. Popia had grown up since the last time they met, and they all had a fun time. Venessa was careful with the games they would play, participating in softer games like passing the parcel, heads up, and some board games. Daniel had called a few times to check in on her and told her to be careful. It was around 5 when they decided to return home. Exhausted, they decided to watch a movie, and halfway through, Venessa fell asleep. Hours later, she felt herself being picked up and taken somewhere, then tucked into covers with a warm kiss on her forehead that made her smile sleepily before she fell into a deep slumber. 3 months later, it was the first time in her pregnancy that Venessa felt the pains. Not the normal pregnancy cramps, but the serious pains that Elder Brantley had warned them about. Daniel was sitting beside the bed that Venessa lay on, his jaw clenched so hard she feared he would grind his molars into oblivion. Waves of pain took over her, leaving her sweating and trembling. The pack doctor checked her vitals every few seconds. This was the first time in her pregnancy that Daniel was going to give his blood to her. A blood bag was ready. Preparing the needle, the doctor put it into her arm, and so it began. Daniel was beside her the whole time. After 2 to 3 hours, when the blood bag was emptied, her pains subsided as well. It was around 1 a.m. when the pack doctor left. Daniel gently wiped his little mate's forehead with a wet cloth. She looked tired and worn out, but the strong smile she gave him told him she was going to be okay. It was around 2 a.m. when they both fell asleep after a long night. Venessa cuddled up into her mate's arms, sleeping fitfully against his chest. The next morning was weird. Venessa felt like her senses were way more heightened, even more than her usual pregnancy. She felt stronger, too, probably because of the leak in blood, she thought. Looking back at Daniel, who was blissfully asleep, she gently pulled his arm from her waist and went to the washroom to shower and change. She had a baby bump now. It wasn't visible in sweatshirts and hoodies, but you could tell in a tee or a fitted dress. Venessa was already dreading having to wear those big stretchable leggings that heavily pregnant women wear. Like, someone please make some fashionable clothes for pregnant moms. Who doesn't want to look good? So lost in her thoughts, she didn't even feel Daniel walking into the washroom and placing a kiss on her neck. Turning around, she gave him a peck and ushered him into the shower to freshen up while she dried her hair. After having breakfast, Daniel went off to attend to some patrol problems while Venessa attended to her Luna duties. Some houses needed repair because there had been a fire recently and a few houses had suffered damage. Daniel wouldn't let Venessa do any work that would stress her out. She practically had to beg him just to help give ideas for the repair work, and he only agreed when Sophronia promised to assist as well. A month and a half later. "Breathe, baby, breathe," Daniel cajoled, while Venessa screamed out her reply, sweat banding her forehead and tears streaming down her face. It was the last month of her pregnancy, and things were as bad as they could be. The last few months had been manageable, but now things were not okay at all. The pack feared for their Luna. She had become skin and bones, her energy was zero, and she looked so pale it was as if death itself was lying beside her on those satin sheets. A month ago, when the drastic pain started, the doctor had warned Daniel of what could happen, or what was starting to happen. But Daniel was lost. It was too late to save Venessa from the toll of the pregnancy. They had to go through with it. During the times when things looked their worst a few weeks ago, with Venessa lying almost lifeless on their bed, the pack doctor and healer beside her, keeping track of her every movement or heartbeat. They feared any second could be her last because of how fragile her state was. That night, Daniel lashed out and cursed himself for letting her go through with everything. She was getting weaker and weaker by the day. Her lively brown eyes were now dull orbs. She barely had the energy to sit, let alone walk. Venessa was restricted to the four walls of her room, and Daniel would have to carry her around mostly. Because of how things were, she would get Daniel's blood twice a day. The healer's strength potion, which was very potent and should have only been given once a month, had now become something she would have once a week. The more the child inside her grew, the more it was wearing her out. The unspoken fear loomed over everyone's heads every day. She could be gone at any moment. "It's going to be okay, my love," Daniel cooed, whispering sweet nothings to her softly as he held her hand. She had pains in her entire body, gut-wrenching pains that had her twisting in her mate's hold, the blood bag attached to her arm. Yet not once had she said she had had enough. She was fighting for the baby now. Jammerkas had completely shifted to their house since Venessa always needed someone close by. A nurse was also assigned to daily duty to make sure she was getting all the nutrition she needed, along with the daily medications. After her pain subsided, the other occupants of the room left, leaving their Alpha and Luna alone. She was in his arms, the four attached to her, as Daniel gently placed kisses all over her face. "I love you so much," Venessa said weakly, placing a trembling hand on his jaw, gently tracing it. "I love you so much more, baby," Daniel whispered achingly. His throat felt clogged, and tears stung his eyes, but he couldn't cry in front of her. She had been so strong, and he had to be strong for her to make her believe everything would be okay even if it wasn't. His heart was aching so badly because he feared the loss of his mate, who was his everything. If anything happened to her, he'd die of grief. "You're so handsome," Venessa whispered, smiling weakly. He didn't reply, he couldn't. His voice was stuck. If he spoke, it would give away the tears he was trying to hide in the dark of the night. "Daniel, I wanted to talk to you about something." Rapidly blinking away his tears, he cleared his throat and replied, "Yes, love. What is it?" She got quiet, looking down and playing with her fingers, a cute habit she had when she was nervous. Tell me, baby. It's pretty clear with how my health is, what's going to happen next, and I want you to promise me something." Daniel inhaled a sharp breath. Hearing it from her, that even she knew she might not make it, broke him. It ripped at his heart in such a painful way. How cruel was fate to give them something so beautiful, but have it turn into a disaster. "If it comes to choosing who to save, promise me, Daniel. Promise me you'll save our baby," Venessa begged, her voice cracking as the tears she had been holding back ran down her face heedlessly. A loud growl emitted from within the deepest parts of his chest. "No," Daniel ground out, trying to keep his leakin at bay. The thought of losing his mate and hearing it from her put him in a wild frenzy. "No," he repeated again, breathing heavily. "Daniel, please." "That's enough, Venessa," Daniel cut her off, angry at her and himself for letting all this happen. "You are going to make it, do you hear me? You're going to make it, or so help me God, I'm going to destroy everything in my sight. Unless you want me to join you in the afterlife the second you decide to leave me, I suggest you get the choosing thought out of your mind this instant." "Am I clear?" he ground out, agitated over her thinking. How could she expect him to live without her? Sighing, she slumped against his chest, too tired to even speak another word, let alone argue with him. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks had passed since that incident. The air between the Alpha and Luna was tense, but even a fool could tell they'd die for each other in a heartbeat. When problems would arise, they'd put their differences aside and be there for each other to the fullest. "I swear he's so dumb, like it's right behind you," Jammerkas screeched angrily. Venessa giggled and continued to munch on her snacks, while Sophronia shook her head at them. They were watching a new show that Gabin had suggested. "I feel like the girl is the killer for some reason," Venessa muttered. She was due in a week, and today, of all days, she felt better. She had the energy to sit up at least, and not feel like she was about to pass out every few minutes. They were waiting for the healer to arrive to give Venessa her potion. Daniel, Nolan, and Gaben were in the room next to theirs, discussing some private matters. Sophronia sat with Grady in her arms, who was cooing at her mother's feather-like kisses. A while later, healer Edmund walked in, giving Venessa her potion. Thanking her, she left, saying she had some urgent matters to attend to. Add the pinch of that dust she gave before you pour it into the cup, Jammerkus, Sophronia called out. Coming, Jammerkus hollered from the kitchen, bringing the drink in a glass cup. Took you long enough, Sophronia teased, and Venessa laughed at the eye roll Jammerkus gave. Jammerkus placed the glass on the table, and Venessa got up to find the TV remote that had somehow gotten lost between the cushions. She finally found it and picked it up to increase the volume when a searing pain hit her stomach. The remote slipped from between her fingers and crashed onto the floor. The silence that followed didn't last long as a blood-curdling scream left Venessa, and she doubled over in pain. Daniel and the others came running from the other room. A crying Grady was given to the nurse as everyone rushed to Venessa. She was clutching her stomach and screaming with so much intensity from her pain that they cowered back for a second. Daniel quickly lifted her up, roaring out orders to get the car pulled up front so he could take her to the doctor. Sophronia quickly ran up and got the baby bag, while a worried Jammerkus carried Venessa's own bag and ran outside. Gaben got in the front with Sophronia. Jammerkus sat in the back with Venessa and Daniel as he held her in his arms. Nolan followed suit in a car behind them. Soon they reached the hospital. The doctor was already informed of what had happened, and he was waiting with his team behind the emergency doors. Daniel placed her on the bed gently, never letting go of her hand as they rushed her into the delivery room. Her contractions were becoming more and more consistent. It was all happening so fast. The doctor shouted to the nurses to prepare. It was time. Daniel, we need to hurry. She needs to push now, the pack doctor ground out. Forgetting he was talking to his alpha, he looked at Venessa like she was his own daughter. At this moment, he didn't care about anything other than saving her. Please, Venessa sobbed, cut off by her own scream as another wave hit her. Push, baby, Daniel said, anchoring her as she cried out in pain. Hours passed. It was taking a severe physical toll. Her body was too weak and exhausted from the leak and strain. No matter how hard she fought, her energy was fading. Come on, baby, you can do this, Daniel encouraged, though he saw the deep concern written all over the doctor's face. Venessa screamed, calling upon her wolf to share the burden. With one final, agonizing push fueled by her wolf's last reserves, the tension broke. A sharp, clear cry pierced the room, and the nurses quickly moved to swaddle the newborn. It's a boy, they announced happily, and brief cheers erupted in the room. They had decided not to know the gender until the end. Venessa heaved a sigh, and Daniel kissed her softly. I love you, he whispered. She smiled and opened her mouth to reply, but another scream ripped from her lips. What is happening? Daniel asked, panic spiking as he looked at Venessa. Oh my goddess, another baby. Nina, prepare the station, she's having twins. The doctor hollered, shock rippling through the medical team. Their son was placed in a bassinet nearby, while Daniel stood rooted to his place. Twins? Quick, Layla, keep a check on her vitals, the doctor shouted. Venessa was pushing with the absolute last shreds of strength in her failing body. She couldn't lose their little one. Just a little more, she whispered to her wolf. An agonizing hour later, Venessa finally gave birth to their second child. It's a girl, the doctor announced, relief flooding the room. The baby was cleaned and brought to Daniel, who was in complete shock. He placed a kiss on Venessa's cheek and leaned down so she could see their daughter. A nurse came by holding their son, showing him to Venessa as well. They're beautiful, Venessa whispered, silent tears streaming down her pale face. Thank you, my love, Daniel said, his voice cracking with immense emotion. I love you all so much, always remember that, okay? Venessa said. He was looking down at their baby girl when he heard her. He looked up to see Venessa smiling. She looked so radiant, so heartbreakingly beautiful, smiling softly at their babies and at him. With one last deep look into Daniel's eyes, she whispered, "Take care of them, my love." Her eyes softly closed, the peaceful smile remaining on her lips. The exact second the monitor made a siren sound, the screen that was supposed to show the steady peaks of a beating heart flatlined into a straight red line. Daniel felt his ears go mute. Their daughter was rushed away by the nurses, and the world shifted into slow motion. She was gone. Searing pain erupted in his chest, and a devastated roar ripped from his throat. He lunged for his mate, but the medical team pushed him back, forcing him out into the hall. The heavy doors slammed in his face, cutting him off from her. Frantic shouts echoed from inside. The sharp, mechanical whine of medical equipment charging pierced the air, followed by the heavy thud of an intervention. Once. Twice. But the terrifying, high-pitched wail of the monitor never wavered. Daniel staggered back against the wall in shock, his friends running to him. Sophronia and Jammerkus were crying openly, Nolan had tears in his eyes, and Gaben looked completely broken. After minutes that felt like a lifetime, the doors opened. The doctor stepped out, slowly removing his medical gloves. He couldn't look up. "Doctor, please," Sophronia sobbed out, clutching her chest, her cries numbing everyone further. Dr. Mark raised bloodshot eyes to his alpha, a single tear sliding down his face. "I'm sorry. She's gone." Chapter 37. Searing pain gripped his entire being. His chest heaved, his breath coming out in short, uneven pants. A vicious growl escaped his chest. He felt like his lungs were on fire. He felt the bond break, and he felt his leakin whine out in pain before vanishing. He heard screams around him, but they fell deaf on deaf ears. Daniel looked up, his vision blurry. All he saw was a nurse pulling the doctor back to the operating room, Nolan trying to get him to stand up, and Jammerkus slipping to the floor, unconscious. His senses were dulled, but the pain in his chest was sharp. His head lolled back against the wall. Sophronia and Nolan tended to him while Gaben checked on Jammerkus. "Tell her to come back to me," Daniel rasped in pain. Sophronia gently cupped his cheek and cried. Nolan's shoulders dropped in defeat. His friend had just lost his everything. "Daniel, please get it together." The babies, Sophronia sobbed, trying to get him to focus, gently shaking him. But his eyes were glazed over. They feared they would lose him, too. So lost in the grief, Sophronia didn't notice Daniel beginning to shift. His eyes zeroed in on the operating theater door and turned onyx. A deadly snarl escaped him. Nolan snapped his head up, just in time to lunge for his alpha and hold him down as he struggled and clawed. "Sophronia, get out of here. He's about to shift. Gaben, get the wolfsbane. Daniel, get a hold of yourself. Think about your kids." Nolan thundered, throwing all his weight onto Daniel, but he was too strong. Daniel's clothes began to rip. He was shifting, his attention fixated on the door where his mate lay. Just as he was about to fully shift, he felt 2 pricks in his neck. Startled, he looked back to see Gaben looking down at him sadly, holding 2 syringes of high-dosage wolfsbane. Because he was a strong leakin, 1 dosage wasn't enough to knock him out, but it was enough to subdue a normal wolf. Just as he made a move to lunge for Gaben, his eyes drooped. His movement slowed, and just like that, he was pulled into darkness. He felt his heart beating faster. Soft sparks ignited within him, but his body wouldn't let him react. The sensation was gone as soon as it came, and once again he slipped into unconsciousness with one name on his mind, Venessa. He should be up by now. I know. Dr. Mark said if we bring him to this room, it should wake him up soon. Nolan, baby, the restraints. Shush, Sophronia. I know, I hate it more than you do, but it's for everyone's safety. Being close to them should do the trick. I hope so. He could hear voices, but couldn't react. He concentrated on his fingers, trying to move them even a fraction. The pressure he applied caused the heartbeat monitor to beep rapidly, catching the attention of the medical staff. Alpha, can you hear me? Dr. Mark asked. He responded with a twitch of his finger. He's responsive. Give me the counteragent. It should hasten the process, the doctor ordered. The next second, Daniel felt something being injected into him, and his body relaxed. After a few minutes of silence, his eyes opened. Something in him had shifted. Something was different. He sat upright in bed, a stark contrast to his near-paralysis moments before. The sight in front of him made his breath stop. There lay Venessa on the hospital bed in a larger room. She was unconscious and pale, but alive. Their kids were in cots on either side of her bed, their baby girl on one side, their boy on the other. IVs were attached to her, but what made him do a double-take was the heartbeat monitor. It showed healthy green waves. Daniel made a move to get out of bed, but the heavy clinking of chains pulling him back caught his attention. They had restrained him. One glare at the nurse had the poor man gulping and looking toward the doctor. Alpha, please understand. You almost went on a feral rampage. We only put you here to calm your wolf down so your close presence with the Luna would help you both, the doctor explained quickly. What happened to her? Daniel asked, keeping his eyes on his mate, his voice deep and gruff. As he spoke, he felt Venessa shift slightly, but she remained unconscious. Alpha, with all due respect, this situation can only be classified as a miracle. Her heart stopped beating for 3 minutes. We're still unsure. He trailed off, noting her fragile condition. The babies, on the other hand, are both incredibly healthy. A nice strong pair of lungs on them, Dr. Mark chuckled softly. A ghost of a smile flickered across Daniel's face. A few hours later, Daniel was unchained. He sat beside his mate, holding his son in his arms while his little girl rested in her cot. I never knew you'd give me 2 beautiful miracles and end up leaving me in the process, he said, his voice wavering. You came into my life putting up a fight, and I fought my feelings for you exactly because of this reason. Because I was terrified you'd leave me. All my life, I've had no one to care for me the way you did, and I was terrified of losing you, so I pushed you away. I was a real jackass for doing that, he chuckled bitterly, watching their daughter shift in her sleep. Now that I've let you in, I'll follow you to the other realm if I have to just to be with you again. I can't spend a second without you beside me, my love. Think of our kids. Won't you be there when they say their first words and take their first steps? Tears choked his voice, turning it into a tormented whisper. Driven by desperation, he clutched her hand and abruptly switched from pleas to threats. And I'll take another mate, you hear me? Do you want our kids to call someone else, Mama? Is that what you want? The minutes became hours, and Daniel kept talking to her, cycling through pleas, threats, and finally cajolery. Think of my immortal soul, sweetheart. Without you to mend my ways, I'll undoubtedly switch back to my old habits, he waited, watching her lifeless hand gripped in his, trying to infuse his strength into her. Despair wrapped around his heart, suffocating him. He put their son back into his cot and gathered his mate into his arms, laying his cheek against hers as his massive shoulders racked with sobs. Baby, please, he wept, rocking her gently. How will I go on living without you? Please come back for me and our children. The pack needs their Luna and I want my love back. Then, he felt something against his cheek, a faint whisper. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. He jerked his head back, his eyes frantically searching her face as he lowered her onto the bed. Venessa, baby, he implored, bending over her. Her pale lips parted. Tell me, darling, he said desperately. Say something, please. Venessa swallowed and spoke, her voice so faint he would have missed it without his leak in hearing. What, baby? He pleaded urgently. She whispered again, and Daniel's eyes widened as he finally understood. He stared at her for a moment, and then his shoulders shook as he began to laugh. It started as a low rumble in his chest, then exploded into great, gutsy shouts of laughter that rang out in the corridors. Nolan, the doctor, and Jammerkus came running into the room, convinced Daniel's grief had finally broken his mind. Jammerkus, Daniel said with a wobbly grin, holding Venessa's hand tightly. Venessa threatened, his shoulders shook with laughter again. That if I take a mate after her, she will personally skin me alive and feed me to the rogues. 8 months later. You've got a strong pair of lungs, don't you? Oh, hush, Athelstan. Your father's temper is enough. You didn't need to inherit it too, Venessa scolded gently, trying to change her daughter's diaper as the infant fussed. Why can't you be more like your brother? Aberard is so calm, Venessa muttered, finally finishing with her clothes and lifting her up. Athelstan continued to fuss until Venessa settled her down for a feed, leaning against the headboard and chuckling as her daughter finally quieted. Her children were polar opposites. Athelstan May Salvatore was the loud one. At only 8 months old, she had the attitude of a diva. Naturally, she was closer to Daniel, who treated her like a princess. She had inherited his heterochromia. Her right eye green, her left blue. They weren't identical, but the twins shared similar features. Aberard Raid Salvatore was the calm, collected older brother. While his sister would scream her lungs out, he would watch her quietly, almost as if trying to figure out why she couldn't simmer down. He had bright hazel eyes, and Venessa knew he would grow up to be the exact replica of his father. Lost in her thoughts, Venessa didn't hear Daniel walk in. He was dressed in black slacks and a dress shirt, looking devilishly handsome. He held a wide-awake Aberard, the baby's chubby hands fisting his father's shirt. Hey, you, Venessa whispered, smiling at them. I could hear her excitement all the way from the office, Daniel chuckled, watching Venessa with their daughter. Venessa rolled her eyes and smiled, placing a now fast-asleep Athelstan back into her crib. She fixed her top and stood up, taking Aberard from Daniel and resting him on her hip. You seem energetic. Did my baby sleep well? Venessa cooed, gently tickling his belly as he giggled. I was coming out of the office and checked their room. He was wide awake, Daniel said. Venessa smiled at her son, then looked up to see her mate watching her deeply. She pulled him forward for a kiss. Daniel deepened it, pulling her close, while Aberard played cluelessly with his mother's hair. When they parted, Daniel pulled her into a hug, resting his chin on the crown of her head as they looked out the window. Venessa relaxed into his hold, his solid chest against her back. Months ago, everything had almost fallen apart. Now, they were stronger than ever, proving that the strength of their bond could weather any storm. Epilogue. 9 years later. Oh, for goodness sake, Nolan, Sophronia grumbled, watching her mate stalk an 11-year-old boy who had just given their daughter Grady a rose from the gardens. Try Daniel, Venessa scoffed, remembering how her own mate had growled at a boy who simply called Athelstan pretty and complimented her dress. She remembered having to pull him aside and give him a full scolding for being so overprotective. At least you have one girl. I have two and a possessive, crazy beta wolf to deal with, Sophronia pointed out. The couple now had a 3-year-old girl named Nina. She was the exact replica of her father, though her features were softer, and she shared many of his stubborn characteristics. Where are they now? Venessa murmured. They were all out in the gardens having a large picnic. Their mates and kids had wandered off to play hide and seek. Jamarcus and Gavin had said they would join them in a while after finishing some pack business. Wow, V, you've worked up an appetite today, Sophronia giggled, watching her best friend eat her third cookie. Venessa laughed and blushed, chewing slowly as she got lost in thought. Should I tell her now? Clearing her throat, she faced Sophronia, who was happily sipping her orange juice, and took a deep breath. I'm pregnant, Venessa blurted out. Sophronia's eyes widened, and she sputtered her orange juice in a very unladylike manner. You're what? She screeched, her sea-blue eyes wide as saucers. Venessa gave her a sheepish smile. Does Daniel know? Nope. When will you tell him? Soon. When is soon? Soon. Tell me what? A deep voice asked. Venessa and Sophronia whipped their heads around to see Daniel standing behind them. Athelstan stood next to him with a frisbee in hand, while Aberard ran toward them a little distance away with Grady and Nolan. Nothing, Venessa said quickly, squirming under her mate's intense gaze that clearly promised the conversation wasn't over. Venessa turned to glare at her friend, who smiled cheekily and blew her a kiss. She was about to give Sophronia an earful when Jamarcus and Gabin finally showed up. They all sat around on the picnic blankets, munching on their food and chatting. Sophronia leaned closer to Jammerkus and whispered something that left his mouth hanging open. He stared directly at Venessa, and a second later, he mouthed, "You're pregnant." Venessa facepalmed, then turned her attention back to her mate. He was looking down at her with so much love she thought she might melt. "Let's take a walk," she whispered, gently taking his hand as they stepped away from the group. "Where's Mum going?" Athelstan asked her brother between bites of an apple. Aberard shrugged and went right back to chatting with Gaben about the neighboring packs. At 9 years old, Aberard was the exact replica of his father. He had sharp features, high cheekbones, and tanned skin from days spent playing outdoors. He was a quiet, observant kid, interested in pack business from a young age. He excelled at school, and everyone noted the maturity beyond his years in his bright hazel eyes. He shared his father's dark hair, and was already the tallest in his class. Venessa sometimes worried he would grow too tall too fast, but Daniel assured her he had experienced the same rapid growth at Aberard's age. The Leakin genes were simply showing early. Athelstan was the exact opposite of her brother. Outgoing and confident, she was her father's shadow. Wherever Daniel went, Athelstan was nearby. She had inherited his heterochromia, her right eye blue and her left green. She had dark hair like her father, but shared her mother's Grady. While Daniel completely spoiled Athelstan, Aberard enjoyed his mother's focused attention. Athelstan would occasionally get scolded by her brother for being too overbearing, but she didn't care. She possessed her mother's courage, combined unmistakably with her father's quick temper. "Where's Jacinto, Uncle Jammerkus?" Athelstan asked. "He went to a friend's house, love. He said he'll meet up with you and the others tomorrow," Jammerkus replied. Gaben and Jammerkus had adopted Jacinto. He was a wonderful boy, now 11 and the eldest of the kids. With electric blue eyes and pitch-black hair, he had grown into a confident young wolf. It had been hard for him to adapt at first, but with time, he flourished. Gaben was an excellent father, and Jammerkus gave him so much love that everyone knew Jacinto couldn't have found a better home. Jammerkus had even noticed that Athelstan seemed to idolize Jacinto, following him around like a hero. Lord forbid Daniel misinterpret that innocent childhood admiration. The overprotective father would probably go on a rampage. "Tell me, what were you hiding?" Daniel murmured as they stopped walking, safely out of everyone's sight. He pulled her into a warm, affectionate embrace. Venessa rested her head against his solid chest, listening to his heart drumming loudly. A comfortable smile graced her lips. Years later, the profound peace they found in each other's arms was exactly the same. "Promise me you'll be calm," she whispered. He held her close and hummed his reply. "I talked to Dr. Mark. He said it's completely safe since my body is used to it after having the twins, and my system is much stronger now from the Leakin blood." Daniel froze as the realization sank in. "Venessa," he breathed out, the word catching in his throat like he was in pain. She recognized his struggle immediately. The terrifying memories of her first delivery were replaying in his head. She could feel the sudden tension radiating from him. Leaning up, she kissed him softly, cupping his jaw to ground him in the present. "I love you, Daniel. I always will. I want you to know I've taken every precaution to make sure this pregnancy will go smoothly." "I promise," she whispered. She heard him exhale deeply. Gently tilting her chin up, he looked directly into her eyes. "For some reason, I trust you this time around," he whispered. She gave him the smile he could never say no to. "Baby number 3, huh?" he murmured, pulling her tighter into his arms. "Yes, sir," she teased back, kissing him warmly until a distant, "Get a room, you two," echoed across the lawn. Blushing, she pulled away and buried her face in his chest as a deep, rumbling laugh escaped him. With his arms wrapped securely around her, Daniel and Venessa stood together and watched their twins playing in the distance. The people gathered on the lawn weren't all related by blood, but they were true family. It was etched across their hearts that no matter what happened, their bonds ran deeper than mere affection. It was undying loyalty and commitment that held them all together. "They're growing up so fast," Venessa said, a fond ache in her voice as she watched Aberard teach Athelstan a defensive move. Athelstan sassily flipped her hair and flawlessly mirrored the technique back to him in under a minute. "I wanted to ask, when a girl blushes in front of a boy, does that mean she likes him?" Daniel asked, a sudden, dangerous edge returning to his voice. "Yes, but it depends." "Why?" she asked nonchalantly, momentarily forgetting how overprotective her mate could be. "Why does my daughter act so shy and giggly every time she sees Jacinto?" Daniel demanded, his tone dropping into a low growl. Vanessa's eyes widened. Knowing she had to distract her mate immediately, Venessa threw her arms around his neck and pulled him into a sudden, passionate kiss. She poured all her love into it, successfully redirecting his attention. "Let's focus on our own growing family right now," she whispered softly against his lips, effectively making her mate forget his protective spiral. Daniel hummed in agreement, the tension leaving his shoulders as he pulled her closer and looked back out at their children playing. He knew his life was truly and utterly complete. His dark past had faded the moment Venessa stepped into his world. She had made him forget the pain. And Venessa knew that when you truly love someone, they will grow and change with you. The man holding her had once been a feared Leakin with a dark past and an uncertain future. But together, they had overcome their fears. He completed her, helped her grow stronger, and showed her profound love when she needed it most. Despite their past setbacks, she knew he loved her unconditionally, proving it to her every single day. Sincerity came from the heart, and she had found a love so pure it warmed her from within. Even when he was away on pack business, the mere thought of him brought a smile to her face. Love wasn't always perfect, but their mutual respect and care always carried them through the hard days. He was her best friend and her protector, just as she was his. She looked up at him, knowing with absolute certainty that the reason for her enduring happiness and peace was her dark Leakin.